A quiet field stretches across the landscape of Birkenau. Beneath this quiet landscape once operated one of the most structured and carefully organized systems within the Auschwitz complex. At several points along the edge of the Birkenau camp stood a group of large concrete buildings known as the crematoria. From a distance they appeared industrial in character, with brick walls, chimneys, and surrounding service roads connecting them to the wider camp infrastructure. These buildings were not isolated structures. They were part of a system designed with careful planning, connecting railway ramps, underground rooms, administrative offices, and furnace halls into a coordinated process that operated within the wider framework of the camp. Over time, these crematoria became central to how Birkenau functioned as the largest site within the Auschwitz complex. Thousands of prisoners passed through the surrounding areas of the camp, while inside these buildings a group of forced labor prisoners, known as Sonderkommando units, were assigned to operate the machinery and maintain the system under strict supervision. In this documentary, we will slowly walk through the history of the Crematoria of Birkenau. And before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters. And together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, Segment 1. The landscape of Birkenau. Long before the construction of the crematoria that would later define the industrial character of Birkenau, the land itself existed as a quiet rural landscape on the outskirts of the small Polish village of Brzezinka. Fields stretched across the flat terrain, broken occasionally by narrow dirt roads, clusters of trees, and simple farm structures that reflected the agricultural life of the region. The soil in this area had always been damp and marshy in places, shaped by seasonal rains and shallow groundwater that gathered across the fields. Farmers who lived in the surrounding villages had long worked this land carefully, planting crops and tending small livestock while adapting to the conditions of the terrain. Streams and drainage ditches cut through sections of the countryside, and the nearby town of Auschwitz functioned as a modest regional center connected by railway lines that ran through southern Poland. These railways were originally built for ordinary purposes of trade and travel, linking towns and villages across the region and allowing agricultural goods to move toward larger cities. Nothing in this landscape initially suggested that it would later become the location of one of the most complex and structured concentration camp systems created during the Second World War. Yet when German forces invaded and occupied Poland in 1939, the region surrounding Auschwitz soon drew the attention of Nazi planners searching for locations suitable for large detention and labor camps. Several factors influenced this decision. The area already contained railway infrastructure that could connect it to major transportation routes across occupied Europe. The surrounding land was relatively isolated from major population centers, allowing large construction projects to take place with limited outside visibility. Additionally, the damp farmland near the village of Brzezinka provided open space where new facilities could be built on a scale that extended far beyond the size of the existing Auschwitz camp, located several kilometers away. As German authorities expanded the concentration camp system in the early years of the war, they began planning a second, much larger camp complex that would become known as Auschwitz I-Birkenau. Construction of Birkenau began in 1941, and the quiet farmland surrounding Brzezinka slowly transformed into an enormous network of fenced compounds, guard towers, roads, and barracks. Workers, including prisoners brought from other camps, were forced to clear land, drain sections of the marshy ground, and prepare foundations for the buildings that would soon cover the fields. Wooden barracks were constructed in long rows, forming the recognizable grid pattern that would later define the appearance of Birkenau. Each row was separated by gravel pathways and service roads that allowed guards and administrative personnel to move easily between different sections of the camp. Watchtowers rose along the perimeter fences, providing guards with clear views across the open ground. Electrical fencing surrounded the compounds, marking the boundaries of the camp and reinforcing the sense that Birkenau had become a separate world within the surrounding countryside. As the camp expanded, the scale of construction grew rapidly. New sections were added, each designed to hold large numbers of prisoners transported from across occupied Europe. Rail lines were extended directly into the campgrounds, allowing trains to arrive within the complex itself. These railway connections would later become one of the most recognizable features of Birkenau, with the entrance gate and rail ramp forming a central axis through the camp. But in the early stages of construction, the primary focus remained on building the physical infrastructure necessary to hold thousands of prisoners and support the operations of the expanding concentration camp system. Barracks were erected quickly, often using simple wooden construction that allowed large numbers of buildings to be completed within a short time. Inside these barracks, tiered wooden bunks filled the interior space, providing sleeping areas for prisoners who would eventually arrive in transports from many different countries. Administrative buildings, guard posts, storage facilities, and service roads gradually appeared alongside the barracks, creating a structured environment where movement and activity could be carefully monitored. The geography of Birkenau, therefore, played a crucial role in shaping the layout of the camp. The flat terrain allowed planners to organize the camp into distinct sectors that could be expanded outward as needed. Roads and pathways connected each section, forming a network that allowed guards and administrators to move efficiently through the complex. The open fields also meant that very little natural cover existed within the camp itself. From the watchtowers along the perimeter fences, guards could see across large sections of the compound, reinforcing the strict control that defined daily life within Birkenau. Yet the transformation of this landscape was not limited to barracks and fences alone. As the camp continued to expand, planners began designing additional structures intended to serve specialized functions within the camp system. These included storage buildings, workshops, and industrial facilities connected to the forced labor operations of Auschwitz. Gradually, attention also turned toward constructing large crematoria complexes near the edges of the Birkenau compound. These buildings would later become central elements of the camp's operation, combining underground chambers, furnace halls, and administrative areas into facilities designed to process large numbers of victims. The location of these crematoria within Birkenau reflected careful planning that integrated them into the broader layout of the camp, while keeping them somewhat separated from the main prisoner barracks. Roads were built to connect these structures to railway areas and internal camp routes, allowing movement between different sections of the complex. From the perspective of someone standing in Birkenau during these years, the landscape appeared increasingly industrial in character. Brick buildings rose above the surrounding fields, their chimneys visible from a distance across the campgrounds. Gravel roads stretched between compounds, and railway tracks cut through the terrain toward the heart of the camp. The quiet farmland that had once existed here was gradually replaced by a system of buildings and infrastructure designed with administrative precision. Every section of the camp had a defined purpose, and the arrangement of structures reflected the structured planning that governed the operation of Auschwitz-Birkenau as a whole. Even today, the geography of Birkenau continues to reveal traces of this transformation. Visitors who walk across the preserved grounds of the camp can still see the long rows where barracks once stood, the railway tracks leading toward the entrance gate, and the ruins of the crematoria buildings near the far edges of the complex. Grass now grows where gravel paths once carried daily movements of prisoners and guards. Trees line sections of the perimeter that once held electrical fences and watchtowers. The quiet atmosphere of the modern memorial site contrasts sharply with the activity that once filled the camp. Yet the landscape itself remains a powerful reminder of how an ordinary rural environment was reshaped into one of the most significant locations within the Nazi concentration camp system. Understanding this landscape is the first step in understanding the crematoria that were later constructed within it. These buildings did not exist in isolation. They were part of the larger structure of Birkenau, connected to its roads, railways, administrative offices, and prisoner compounds. The story of the crematoria, therefore, begins not inside the buildings themselves, but here in the fields and farmland that were transformed into the vast camp complex of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Chapter 1, Segment 2. The expansion of Auschwitz-Birkenau. As the initial construction of Birkenau continued during 1941 and into 1942, the quiet farmland surrounding the village of Brzezinka increasingly transformed into one of the largest concentration camp complexes established by Nazi Germany. The early barracks and perimeter fences that had first appeared on the cleared land represented only the beginning of a much larger project. German planners intended Birkenau to serve as a vast extension of the original Auschwitz camp, capable of holding tens of thousands of prisoners and supporting a system of labor, administration, and infrastructure that would operate on an enormous scale. This vision required the careful organization of land, buildings, transportation routes, and internal divisions that would shape how the camp functioned day by day. The process of expansion moved quickly, driven by the priorities of the SS administration that oversaw the concentration camp network across occupied Europe. Construction units, engineers, and forced labor prisoners were directed to continue clearing land, draining marshy sections of soil, and preparing foundations for new buildings. Roads were extended across the campgrounds so that carts, vehicles, and work detachments could move between construction zones and supply areas. As these projects progressed, Birkenau gradually took on the appearance of a structured compound divided into clearly defined sections. Each sector was surrounded by fencing and connected by internal roads that allowed guards and administrators to supervise activity across the expanding camp. Wooden barracks were erected in long rows across the flat terrain, creating an organized grid that stretched outward from the central camp entrance. These barracks were simple in design but capable of housing large numbers of prisoners within a limited space. Inside, tiered wooden bunks were arranged along the length of the buildings, allowing dozens of inmates to sleep within a single structure. Because the camp population grew rapidly as transports arrived from across occupied territories, many barracks soon became crowded beyond their intended capacity. Even so, construction continued in order to expand the number of buildings available within each sector of the camp. The scale of the expansion reflected the broader role that Auschwitz-Birkenau was beginning to play within the Nazi camp system. While the original Auschwitz camp had initially been established to imprison Polish political prisoners, Birkenau was designed as a far larger facility capable of processing and holding prisoners from many different regions of Europe. This required not only housing for inmates but also administrative buildings where records could be maintained and decisions about prisoner assignments could be organized. Offices were established where clerks recorded identification numbers, maintained transport lists, and tracked the movement of prisoners within the camp system. These records formed part of the bureaucratic structure that defined how Auschwitz operated as an institution. The expansion of Birkenau also depended heavily on transportation infrastructure. Railway lines that had once served local trade routes were adapted and extended so that trains carrying prisoners could arrive directly at the camp complex. A rail spur was constructed leading through the main gate of Birkenau, allowing transports to enter the compound itself rather than stopping at distant stations. This railway connection became a central feature of the camp's design, linking Birkenau to the broader network of rail lines that crossed occupied Europe. From France, Hungary, the Netherlands, Slovakia, and many other regions, trains carrying deported prisoners traveled along these routes toward Auschwitz. The arrival of these transports added to the growing population of the camp and reinforced the need for continued expansion of its facilities. As the camp grew larger, planners began dividing Birkenau into specialized sections intended for different categories of prisoners. Separate compounds were established for men, women, and other groups classified according to the administrative policies of the SS authorities. Each compound contained its own barracks, roll call grounds, and internal supervision structure. Guards patrolled the perimeter fences, while watchtowers positioned at regular intervals allowed surveillance across the open terrain of the camp. The layout of Birkenau made it possible to control large numbers of prisoners while maintaining clear divisions between the various sectors of the compound. At the same time, the SS administration began planning additional facilities that would support the broader functioning of the camp. Storage buildings were constructed to hold supplies, clothing, and equipment collected from incoming transports. Workshops and maintenance areas were established where prisoners could be assigned to work details that supported construction and repair tasks within the camp. Roads connecting these facilities allowed vehicles to transport materials between different parts of the complex. Gradually, Birkenau developed into a self-contained environment where administrative offices, barracks, workshops, and infrastructure all operated together within a single enclosed space. During this period of rapid expansion, attention also turned toward the construction of several large crematoria buildings located near the outer edges of the Birkenau compound. These structures were designed as part of a coordinated system that would later become central to the camp's operation. Engineers and planners created architectural designs that combined underground rooms, furnace halls, chimneys, and surrounding service areas within a single complex. The placement of these buildings was carefully chosen so that they would remain connected to the transportation routes and internal roads of the camp while also occupying locations somewhat removed from the main prisoner barracks. This positioning allowed the crematoria to function within the larger camp infrastructure while maintaining separation from the central residential compounds. The presence of these new structures gradually altered the appearance of Birkenau's landscape. Brick buildings with tall chimneys rose above the flat fields, visible from many parts of the campgrounds. Gravel roads led toward the crematoria complexes, connecting them to the railway ramp and other service areas. Workers forced to participate in construction projects carried materials, dug foundations, and assembled the structural elements required to complete the buildings. By the time these crematoria were finished, they represented some of the most complex facilities within the entire Auschwitz-Birkenau complex. Their design reflected the industrial and administrative thinking that shaped the development of the camp during this phase of expansion. From a distance, the growing network of buildings, roads, and railway lines created a landscape that looked increasingly industrial rather than rural. The quiet farmland that had once surrounded Berzinka was now dominated by the structures of the concentration camp. Smoke from construction activity and the movement of prisoners along the roads signaled that the camp had become a place of constant activity. Guards patrolled the fences, vehicles moved along the service roads, and trains arrived carrying new transports of prisoners. The expansion of Birkenau therefore transformed the region not only physically but also administratively, turning it into one of the central locations within the Nazi system of camps and forced labor. Even after the war ended, traces of this expansion remained visible in the landscape. Visitors walking through the preserved grounds of Birkenau today can still observe the grid-like arrangement of barracks foundations, the railway tracks leading into the camp, and the ruins of the crematoria buildings near the outer boundaries of the compound. These remnants illustrate how carefully the camp was planned and constructed during the years of its operation. The expansion of Auschwitz-Birkenau did not occur randomly. It followed a deliberate process of design and organization that integrated transportation, housing, administration, and industrial facilities into a single coordinated system. Understanding this expansion is essential for understanding the role that the crematoria would later play within the camp. These buildings were not isolated structures placed randomly on the landscape. They were part of a much larger complex designed to function with bureaucratic efficiency and industrial scale. The story of the crematoria therefore continues with the next stage of Birkenau's development, when these buildings moved from construction plans to active operation within the structure of the camp. Chapter 1, Segment 3. The area where the crematoria were built. As the expansion of Auschwitz-Birkenau continued through 1942, planners within the SS administration began focusing on specific areas of the camp where new structures could be constructed to support the evolving operations of the complex. The enormous size of Birkenau made it possible to designate certain sections of the camp for specialized purposes, and this process of spatial organization played a crucial role in determining where different facilities would be located. The open fields beyond the main rows of prisoner barracks offered enough space for additional construction, and the relatively flat terrain allowed engineers to design buildings that could be connected efficiently to the internal road system of the camp. It was in these outer sections of Birkenau that the crematoria complexes would eventually be built. These areas lay near the edges of the compound, somewhat removed from the densest concentration of prisoner housing but still fully integrated into the broader layout of the camp. The placement of these structures was not accidental. It reflected a deliberate effort to incorporate them into the transportation and logistical network that supported the camp's operations. Gravel roads extended outward from the central areas of Birkenau toward these peripheral zones, allowing vehicles and work detachments to travel between the crematoria construction sites and other sections of the camp. Railway connections nearby also played a role in shaping the layout of this part of the complex. The rail ramp where transports arrived formed an important axis within Birkenau, and the proximity of the crematoria buildings to this transportation route allowed planners to connect different stages of the camp's administrative processes through a coordinated spatial design. Before the construction of these facilities began, the land chosen for the crematoria complexes had to be prepared. Much of the soil in Birkenau contained high levels of moisture due to the marshy nature of the region. Workers were therefore forced to dig drainage channels and reinforce foundations so that large brick structures could be built securely on the ground. Prisoners assigned to construction labor carried out much of this work under the supervision of SS personnel and civilian engineers who directed the building projects. Trenches were dug to lay foundations, and building materials such as bricks, concrete, and metal components were transported across the camp to the construction sites. Over time, the outlines of the crematoria buildings began to emerge from the previously open fields. Unlike the wooden barracks used for prisoner housing, the crematoria were constructed from brick and reinforced concrete. Their design reflected the industrial purpose they were intended to serve. Each complex included several connected sections that formed a unified architectural structure. There were furnace halls containing large ovens, chimneys that rose above the roofline of the buildings, and underground rooms connected by stairways and corridors. Service roads allowed carts and vehicles to approach the structures from different directions, ensuring that movement around the buildings could be organized efficiently. The scale of the crematoria complexes distinguished them from most other buildings within Birkenau. Their brick walls and tall chimneys made them visible from many parts of the camp, especially when smoke later emerged from the stacks during periods of operation. Engineers designed the buildings with careful attention to internal layout so that the different rooms within each crematorium could function as part of a coordinated process. Furnace rooms were positioned alongside mechanical systems that supplied airflow to the ovens, while underground areas were connected through passages that allowed movement between different sections of the building. These design choices reflected the bureaucratic and industrial mindset that shaped much of the planning within Auschwitz-Birkenau. The crematoria were intended to operate as part of a system that relied on organization, scheduling, and supervision in the same way that other parts of the camp did. As construction progressed, the surrounding landscape also changed. The roads leading toward the crematoria were reinforced to handle increased traffic from construction carts and work detachments. Storage areas were established nearby where materials and equipment could be kept before being installed in the buildings. Prisoners working on the construction details often moved between these storage areas and the building sites, carrying bricks, assembling scaffolding, and assisting with tasks directed by engineers overseeing the project. The sound of construction activity became part of daily life within the camp as the new structures slowly took shape near the outer edges of Birkenau. While these projects were underway, the rest of the camp continued functioning according to its established routines. Prisoners assembled for roll calls, marched to labor assignments, and returned to the barracks at the end of the day. Yet in the distance, beyond the rows of wooden buildings, the rising outlines of the crematoria complexes signaled that another layer of infrastructure was being added to the camp system. Guards stationed in watchtowers could see the construction activity across the open terrain, while prisoners working on nearby details observed the gradual transformation of the landscape where the crematoria were being built. By the time construction neared completion, several crematoria buildings stood at different points along the outer sectors of Birkenau. Each structure shared certain architectural features while also possessing slight variations in layout and capacity. Together, they formed a network of facilities connected through the internal roads and pathways of the camp. Their position near the perimeter allowed them to remain somewhat separated from the central prisoner compounds while still being accessible to the administrative and transportation systems that linked the various sections of Birkenau. From a planning perspective, the location of the crematoria demonstrated how carefully the SS authorities organized the spatial structure of the camp. The buildings were positioned so that they could function efficiently within the broader framework of Auschwitz-Birkenau while remaining integrated into its infrastructure of roads, railways, and administrative oversight. The fields that once surrounded Brzezinka had now become part of a carefully constructed landscape where each structure served a defined purpose within the camp system. Even today, the ruins of the crematoria remain visible near the outer boundaries of Birkenau, offering a reminder of how this area of the camp was transformed during the years of its operation. The broken brick walls and collapsed concrete fragments that visitors see today mark the locations where these buildings once stood. Grass and trees now grow around the ruins, softening the appearance of the structures and creating a quiet atmosphere across the memorial site. Yet beneath this calm landscape lies the memory of the complex planning and construction that brought the crematoria into existence. Understanding the area where these buildings were built helps reveal how the camp itself was organized. The crematoria were not simply placed at random points within Birkenau. They were deliberately positioned as part of a larger design that shaped how the camp functioned during its most active years. The fields where they stood formed the final stage in the transformation of Birkenau from farmland into a vast system of structures and infrastructure that defined one of the most significant sites in the history of the Holocaust. Chapter 2, Segment 1. Political decisions behind the creation of the crematoria. By the early years of the Second World War, the concentration camp system created by Nazi Germany had already expanded across large areas of occupied Europe. Camps served a range of functions within this system, including imprisonment of political opponents, forced labor operations, and detention of individuals classified under various categories defined by the regime. Auschwitz, originally established in 1940 near the town of Auschwitz in southern Poland, began as one of many such camps. Over time, however, it developed into a complex that included multiple facilities, administrative offices, industrial labor sites, and an expanding network of compounds. As the camp system evolved, the leadership of the SS sought ways to reorganize and expand certain camps in order to serve broader objectives that had emerged within Nazi policy. Birkenau, constructed several kilometers from the original Auschwitz camp, became one of the most significant locations where these developments took shape. The political context behind the construction of the crematoria at Birkenau cannot be understood without examining the decisions made within the higher levels of the Nazi administration during this period. Beginning in 1941 and continuing through 1942, officials within the SS and the German government developed policies that aimed to reorganize the camp system in ways that reflected their ideological goals and wartime strategies. These policies were communicated through meetings, written directives, and administrative orders that circulated among the departments responsible for managing the concentration camps. The SS main economic and administrative office, known as the WVHA, played a central role in coordinating the resources and planning required to expand camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau. Within this bureaucratic structure, engineers, architects, and administrative officials worked together to design facilities that would allow the camp system to operate on a much larger scale than before. Auschwitz-Birkenau became a key location for these plans because of its geographical position and the availability of land suitable for extensive construction. The railway connections linking the region to major cities across Europe made it possible to transport prisoners to the camp from distant territories. At the same time, the relatively isolated farmland surrounding Berzinka allowed the SS to expand the camp complex outward without the immediate presence of large civilian populations nearby. These factors made Birkenau an attractive site for large-scale building projects that would support the changing functions of the camp system. As the political leadership of Nazi Germany implemented policies targeting large populations across occupied Europe, the concentration camp network became increasingly central to how these policies were carried out. The administration of Auschwitz therefore received new directives that required the camp to expand its facilities and develop infrastructure capable of handling the growing number of prisoners arriving through deportation transports. Within this framework, the idea of constructing large crematoria complexes at Birkenau emerged as part of the broader administrative planning taking place in 1942. These buildings were designed not only to serve technical functions within the camp, but also to integrate with the logistical systems that had been established around transportation, record-keeping, and prisoner management. Documents preserved from the period show that architects and engineers working under SS supervision prepared detailed blueprints for the crematoria buildings. These plans specified the layout of furnace halls, chimneys, underground chambers, and service areas required for the operation of the facilities. The designs were reviewed and approved by officials responsible for construction within the SS administrative system. Materials such as bricks, steel components, and mechanical equipment were ordered through supply channels managed by the WVHA, demonstrating how the project relied on coordination between different branches of the Nazi bureaucracy. The construction of the crematoria was therefore not an isolated decision made at the local level within Auschwitz. Instead, it formed part of a larger administrative process shaped by policies and directives issued by the leadership of the SS and the German government. The buildings represented a convergence of political ideology, bureaucratic planning, and engineering design that characterized many of the projects carried out within the Nazi camp system during the war. For the individuals involved in drafting plans and approving budgets for these facilities, the crematoria were treated as components of an expanding infrastructure intended to support the functioning of the concentration camp complex. Once the political approval for these construction projects had been secured, the practical work of building the crematoria began. Engineers working with the SS construction office at Auschwitz supervised the preparation of the building sites within Birkenau. Foundations were laid, drainage systems were installed, and structural frameworks were assembled according to the architectural drawings that had been prepared during the planning phase. Prisoners assigned to forced labor details carried out much of the physical work required to complete the buildings, transporting materials and assisting with construction tasks under guard supervision. Over the course of several months, the crematoria complexes gradually took shape near the outer sections of Birkenau, becoming visible elements within the growing camp landscape. The decision to construct these facilities reflected the broader transformation of Auschwitz-Birkenau during the early 1940s. What had once been a regional detention camp had now become a central site within the Nazi system of camps and deportations. The crematoria buildings formed part of the infrastructure that supported this transformation, linking administrative policy to physical structures within the camp itself. Their presence demonstrated how political decisions made at the highest levels of the regime translated into construction projects carried out by engineers, administrators, and forced laborers on the ground at Birkenau. Understanding the political context behind the creation of the crematoria therefore provides insight into the larger system that produced them. These buildings were not simply technical installations built for a single purpose. They were the result of a complex chain of decisions involving ideological goals, bureaucratic planning, logistical coordination, and architectural design. Within the landscape of Birkenau, the crematoria stood as physical representations of how political directives shaped the structure of the camp and the environment in which its operations unfolded. Chapter 2, Segment 2: Administrative Planning and Architectural Design. Once the political decisions had been made within the higher levels of the SS administration to expand Auschwitz-Birkenau and construct new crematoria complexes, the responsibility for turning these directives into physical structures fell to the bureaucratic and engineering departments responsible for camp construction. Within the Nazi concentration camp system, building projects were rarely improvised or carried out without formal planning. Instead, they followed a structured process that involved architects, engineers, administrative officials, and supply offices working together within a hierarchy overseen by the SS Main Economic and Administrative Office. This office coordinated construction efforts across the camp network and ensured that projects followed the directives issued by the leadership of the regime. At Auschwitz, a special construction department known as the SS Central Construction Office took charge of designing and managing building projects within the camp complex. This office operated from within Auschwitz itself and employed architects, draftsmen, engineers, and clerks who prepared the technical plans needed for new facilities. Their work involved drafting blueprints, calculating material requirements, and coordinating with outside companies that supplied equipment and construction materials. When the plans for the crematoria at Birkenau were approved, the Central Construction Office began developing detailed architectural drawings that would determine the final appearance and internal layout of the buildings. These plans were far more complex than those used for the wooden prisoner barracks scattered across the camp. While the barracks were designed for rapid construction using simple materials, the crematoria required brick structures, reinforced foundations, furnace installations, ventilation systems, and chimneys capable of supporting continuous operation. Engineers therefore needed to design buildings that combined several different functional areas within a single architectural structure. The blueprints produced by the construction office show that the crematoria complexes were designed with multiple levels and sections connected through stairways, corridors, and service passages. Underground rooms were incorporated into the design, allowing certain areas of the buildings to be placed below ground level, while other sections rose above the surface of the surrounding terrain. These design choices reflected both technical considerations and the desire to integrate the crematoria smoothly into the layout of Birkenau. The buildings had to remain accessible from internal camp roads so that personnel and equipment could move between the crematoria and other sections of the complex. At the same time, they needed to be positioned in areas where smoke from the chimneys could disperse across the open fields without interfering with other camp facilities. Engineers calculated the placement of furnace halls, ventilation openings, and chimney stacks to ensure that the crematoria could function efficiently within the broader infrastructure of the camp. The planning process also required close coordination with industrial firms that supplied specialized equipment for the crematoria ovens. German companies that manufactured cremation furnaces worked with the SS construction office to deliver the machinery required for the buildings once construction was complete. Contracts were negotiated, technical specifications were exchanged, and installation schedules were prepared so that the ovens could be assembled inside the furnace halls once the brick structures were ready to receive them. This collaboration between SS administrators and civilian contractors demonstrated how the crematoria projects relied on both bureaucratic planning and industrial manufacturing networks within Germany. Meanwhile, the construction office at Auschwitz kept detailed records documenting every stage of the building process. Correspondence between engineers and administrators recorded requests for materials such as bricks, steel beams, concrete, piping, and mechanical components needed for ventilation and furnace operation. Budgets were calculated, delivery schedules were organized, and work assignments were distributed to the labor detachments responsible for carrying out the physical construction. These records reveal how methodically the project was managed, reflecting the administrative culture that characterized many SS building projects during the war. The construction work itself relied heavily on prisoners who were assigned to forced labor units responsible for building infrastructure within the camp. Under the supervision of SS guards and technical personnel, these prisoners dug foundations, carried bricks, mixed mortar, and assembled scaffolding as the crematoria buildings gradually rose from the prepared ground. Construction often continued for long hours, with workers moving materials across the camp from storage areas to the building sites. Engineers inspected the progress regularly, ensuring that the structures matched the specifications outlined in the architectural plans. The use of prisoner labor reduced costs for the SS administration while allowing construction to proceed at a rapid pace. As the crematoria buildings neared completion, additional teams arrived to install the mechanical systems required for operation. Furnace units were delivered and assembled inside the furnace halls according to the layout indicated in the blueprints. Chimneys were completed above the rooflines of the buildings, and ventilation systems were installed to regulate airflow within the furnace rooms. Each of these elements had been carefully designed during the planning stage to function together as part of an integrated system. Once the mechanical installations were finished, the crematoria complexes became fully operational structures within the larger framework of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The completion of these buildings marked an important moment in the evolution of the camp. The crematoria were among the most technologically complex facilities constructed within Birkenau, combining architecture, engineering, and administrative coordination in ways that reflected the broader priorities of the Nazi camp system during this period. Their presence also altered the physical landscape of the camp. Brick walls, large chimneys, and surrounding service roads distinguished the crematoria complexes from the simpler wooden barracks that filled much of Birkenau. From many vantage points within the camp, the chimneys could be seen rising above the surrounding fields, serving as visible markers of the industrial facilities that had been integrated into the compound. Today, the ruins of these buildings still reveal traces of the original architectural design created by the SS construction office. Visitors walking through the remains of the crematoria can observe collapsed brick walls, fragments of reinforced concrete, and the outlines of rooms that once formed part of the complex internal layout described in the original blueprints. Although much of the machinery has long since disappeared, the surviving structures continue to illustrate how carefully the buildings were planned and constructed. Understanding this process of administrative planning and architectural design helps explain how the crematoria came into existence within the camp system. They were not temporary or improvised installations. Instead, they represented the result of detailed planning carried out by engineers and administrators working within a bureaucratic framework that treated construction as a methodical and organized process. Through blueprints, supply records, contracts, and construction supervision, the SS administration translated political directives into physical structures that became permanent features of the Birkenau landscape. Chapter 2, Segment 3. Integrating the crematoria into the camp system. Once the crematoria buildings at Birkenau had been planned and constructed, they did not exist as isolated structures within the camp. Instead, they became integrated parts of the broader operational system that defined how Auschwitz-Birkenau functioned on a daily basis. Every major building within the camp complex served a particular role within an administrative framework that linked transportation, prisoner registration, labor assignments, record keeping, and infrastructure maintenance into a single coordinated structure. The crematoria complexes were incorporated into this framework through a network of roads, administrative offices, labor detachments, and supervision procedures that connected them to the rest of the camp. Their position within Birkenau reflected the same careful planning that had shaped the earlier stages of construction. Located near the outer sectors of the camp but still connected by internal service roads, the crematoria could operate while remaining linked to the railway ramps, storage areas, and administrative departments responsible for managing the movement of prisoners and materials. From a logistical perspective, the railway system remained one of the most important elements connecting the crematoria to the wider operations of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Trains arriving at the camp carried deportees from various parts of occupied Europe, and the rail ramp inside Birkenau became a central point where these transports entered the camp complex. Once trains arrived, SS personnel and camp administrators managed the processing of incoming prisoners through procedures that included registration, classification, and assignment to different sections of the camp system. The location of the crematoria near this transportation axis allowed the facilities to remain connected to the movement of transports while maintaining a degree of separation from the main prisoner barracks. Gravel roads running between the crematoria and the rail ramp ensured that personnel, equipment, and work detachments could move efficiently between these points within the campgrounds. Administrative oversight also played a significant role in integrating the crematoria into the structure of the camp. Like other facilities within Auschwitz-Birkenau, the crematoria operated under the authority of SS officials responsible for supervising different departments of the camp system. Records were maintained documenting activities related to the operation of the buildings, and prisoner labor detachments assigned to the crematoria were organized within the broader hierarchy of work groups that existed across the camp. These labor units were known as Sonderkommando detachments, consisting of prisoners who were forced to carry out tasks connected with maintaining and operating the crematoria facilities. Their work included managing equipment, cleaning areas of the buildings, and performing other duties necessary for the daily functioning of the complexes. The presence of these labor units demonstrated how the crematoria relied on the same system of prisoner work assignments that supported many other aspects of camp life. Within the administrative structure of Auschwitz, every prisoner assigned to labor duties was recorded in camp documents that tracked identification numbers, work locations, and supervisory personnel responsible for overseeing the detachments. The Sonderkommando units assigned to the crematoria were therefore part of the same bureaucratic record-keeping system that documented other prisoner labor groups across the camp complex. Their movements were regulated through schedules and instructions issued by SS authorities, and their activities remained subject to supervision within the operational framework of the crematoria facilities. In addition to labor management, the crematoria were connected to supply and maintenance networks that ensured the buildings remained functional. Mechanical systems inside the furnace halls required periodic inspection and maintenance, and the camp administration coordinated the delivery of fuel, replacement parts, and technical equipment needed for the operation of the ovens. Storage areas within Birkenau contained materials that could be transported to the crematoria when required. Prisoners assigned to maintenance details sometimes assisted with these logistical tasks, carrying supplies or helping technical personnel carry out repairs within the buildings. This system of supply and maintenance reflected the broader infrastructure that supported industrial and administrative activities across the Auschwitz complex. The integration of the crematoria into the camp system also extended to communication and reporting procedures used by the SS administration. Supervisors responsible for overseeing crematoria operations reported to higher-ranking officials within the camp hierarchy, and written documents recorded information about the functioning of the facilities. These reports formed part of the extensive paperwork generated by the concentration camp administration, which relied heavily on documentation to track every aspect of camp activity. Within this bureaucratic environment, the crematoria were treated as operational facilities whose activities were recorded alongside other elements of the camp's infrastructure. The physical environment surrounding the crematoria further reinforced their connection to the broader layout of Birkenau. Service roads allowed vehicles and work groups to approach the buildings from different directions, linking them to the internal road network that extended across the camp. The open fields surrounding the crematoria also made it possible for guards stationed in watchtowers to observe activity in the area. Like other sectors of Birkenau, the crematoria complexes were enclosed within the larger perimeter system of fences and patrol routes that defined the boundaries of the camp. These security measures ensured that the buildings remained fully integrated into the controlled environment of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Over time, the crematoria became permanent elements within the daily rhythm of the camp. Their chimneys, visible across the flat terrain of Birkenau, formed part of the industrial landscape that characterized the complex during its most active years. Prisoners working in nearby areas often saw the buildings during their daily routines, while guards and administrative personnel moved along the service roads connecting the crematoria to other sections of the camp. The integration of these facilities into the infrastructure of Birkenau meant that they operated continuously within the structured system of schedules, supervision, and record-keeping that governed life inside Auschwitz. Today, the ruins of the crematoria remain visible at the memorial site of Auschwitz-Birkenau, offering physical evidence of how these buildings once formed part of the camp's infrastructure. Collapsed brick walls, broken chimneys, and fragments of concrete foundations reveal the outlines of structures that were carefully designed and integrated into the larger camp complex. Visitors walking through these ruins can still trace the paths of the service roads and observe the locations where the crematoria once stood in relation to the rest of Birkenau. These remnants provide insight into how the facilities were positioned within the landscape and how closely they were connected to the administrative and logistical systems that shaped the operation of the camp. Understanding the integration of the crematoria into the Auschwitz-Birkenau system therefore reveals a broader truth about the camp itself. The crematoria were not separate or isolated features within the complex. They were part of a carefully organized environment where every building, road, and administrative office functioned within a coordinated structure designed to manage the movement of prisoners and the operation of the camp. Through transportation links, labor detachments, supply networks, and administrative oversight, the crematoria became embedded within the daily functioning of Birkenau, illustrating how deeply these facilities were connected to the larger system that defined the Auschwitz complex during the war. Chapter 3, Segment 1. The architectural layout of the crematoria. When the crematoria complexes at Birkenau moved from planning stages into physical construction, the buildings were designed with a level of architectural organization that reflected the systematic approach used throughout the Auschwitz camp complex. Unlike the wooden barracks that filled much of Birkenau and were constructed quickly with simple materials, the crematoria were built as permanent brick structures with reinforced foundations and carefully planned internal layouts. Engineers working under the SS Central Construction Office prepared detailed blueprints that determined the placement of every room, corridor, staircase, and furnace hall inside the buildings. These blueprints reveal that the crematoria were designed not simply as single rooms with ovens, but as multi-section facilities where several areas work together as part of a coordinated system. The architectural design included underground rooms, ground-level furnace halls, chimneys, service entrances, ventilation systems, and pathways connecting different parts of the structure. Each element had a specific function within the building, and the overall layout allowed personnel and prisoner labor detachments to move between sections while maintaining the operational flow that the planners intended. One of the most distinctive aspects of the crematoria architecture was the inclusion of large underground areas beneath the surface of the surrounding terrain. These underground spaces were created by excavating deep sections of ground and reinforcing the walls with concrete and brick. Staircases and ramps connected the underground rooms to entrances located at ground level outside the buildings. From an architectural standpoint, placing certain areas below ground level allowed the exterior of the crematoria to appear relatively compact while still containing large internal spaces capable of accommodating many people at once. Engineers also used the underground layout to control airflow and ventilation inside the buildings, ensuring that the mechanical systems supporting the furnace halls could operate efficiently. Above ground, the crematoria structures were dominated by large brick furnace halls that housed the cremation ovens themselves. These halls contained rows of furnace units installed by specialized manufacturers who supplied the mechanical equipment required for the buildings. The ovens were arranged so that several units could operate simultaneously within a single hall, increasing the capacity of the crematoria complexes. Chimneys rose above the roofline of each building, connected to the furnace systems through channels that directed smoke upward and away from the surrounding structures. The height and placement of these chimneys were carefully calculated to allow smoke to disperse across the open fields surrounding Birkenau rather than lingering near the buildings themselves. From a distance, the tall chimneys became one of the most visible features of the crematoria complexes, standing above the flat landscape of the camp and marking the location of the facilities within the broader layout of Birkenau. Service areas surrounding the furnace halls were also included in the architectural design. These areas allowed work detachments assigned to the crematoria to access different sections of the building without interfering with the operation of the ovens. Corridors connected the furnace halls to storage spaces and equipment rooms where tools and mechanical components could be kept. Engineers incorporated ventilation ducts, drainage systems, and structural supports into the walls and ceilings of these rooms to ensure that the buildings could withstand continuous operation over long periods of time. The presence of these technical features illustrates how much attention was devoted to designing the crematoria as industrial facilities rather than temporary installations. Outside the buildings, roads and pathways connected the crematoria to other parts of Birkenau. Gravel service roads allowed carts and vehicles to approach the buildings from multiple directions, while footpaths provided access for prisoner labor detachments working inside the complexes. The placement of these roads reflected the broader spatial planning of the camp, which relied on straight lines and organized grids to connect different sections of Birkenau. From the crematoria sites, it was possible to travel along these internal roads toward the railway ramp, the prisoner barracks, or the administrative offices located closer to the center of the camp. In this way, the crematoria remained integrated into the infrastructure of Birkenau while still occupying positions near the outer boundaries of the compound. The architectural appearance of the crematoria also distinguished them from many other structures in the camp. While prisoner barracks were typically made of wood and designed for rapid assembly, the crematoria were built from brick and reinforced concrete. Their walls were thicker, their roofs supported by stronger beams, and their internal spaces arranged with a level of permanence that suggested the buildings were intended to remain operational for many years. The brick construction also provided insulation and structural stability for the furnace systems installed inside the halls. From an engineering perspective, the materials chosen for the crematoria reflected the technical requirements of operating large cremation ovens that produced intense heat during use. Even the surrounding terrain was modified to support the architectural design of the buildings. Workers forced to participate in construction projects dug drainage channels around the crematoria sites to prevent groundwater from collecting near the foundations. Because the land around Birkenau had once been marshy farmland, engineers needed to ensure that water would not weaken the structures over time. Foundations were therefore reinforced with layers of concrete and gravel to stabilize the buildings on the damp soil beneath them. These adjustments to the landscape illustrate how the construction of the crematoria required not only architectural planning but also significant alterations to the natural environment where the buildings stood. By the time the crematoria complexes were completed, their architectural layout reflected a carefully coordinated design that combined underground rooms, furnace halls, chimneys, and service areas into a single operational system. Each building followed a similar pattern while also including slight variations in the arrangement of rooms and mechanical equipment. Together, The crematoria formed a network of facilities positioned along the outer sectors of Birkenau, connected by roads and pathways that allowed them to function within the broader structure of the camp. Their brick walls and tall chimneys became permanent features of the Birkenau landscape during the years when the camp was active. Today, much of the original architecture lies in ruins, but the outlines of the crematoria can still be seen at the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site. Collapsed brick walls, broken staircases, and fragments of concrete foundations reveal where the buildings once stood. Visitors walking through the ruins can observe the remains of the underground chambers, the bases of the chimneys, and the pathways that once connected the crematoria to the rest of the camp. These remnants provide important evidence of how the structures were designed and constructed. Although the buildings were later destroyed by the retreating SS in an attempt to conceal evidence of their operation, enough of the architecture remains to show the scale and complexity of the crematoria complexes. Studying this layout helps historians understand how the buildings functioned within the system of Auschwitz-Birkenau and how architectural planning played a central role in shaping the physical environment of the camp. Chapter 3, Segment 2. The internal structure of the crematoria buildings. Inside the crematoria complexes at Birkenau, the internal layout of the buildings reflected a careful architectural arrangement designed to organize movement through different sections of the structure. Each crematorium contains several interconnected rooms and corridors that work together as part of a coordinated system. While the exterior appearance of the buildings was dominated by brick walls, chimneys, and sloped roofs, much of the internal space was divided into multiple levels and chambers connected by stairways, ramps, and passageways. These interior spaces were arranged in a way that allowed different activities to take place simultaneously while maintaining a structured flow between one area and the next. The design of the crematoria therefore relied on both vertical and horizontal organization, with underground sections connected to ground-level halls where mechanical systems operated. One of the most distinctive features of the crematoria architecture was the presence of large underground chambers located beneath the main building. Engineers constructed these spaces by excavating deep sections of ground and reinforcing the walls with concrete and brick. The ceilings of the underground rooms were supported by reinforced beams designed to carry the weight of the structure above. Staircases leading downward from the surface connected the underground level to the outside areas of the crematorium complex. These entrances were often positioned along the side of the building so that individuals entering the underground sections could move downward from ground level through a controlled pathway. From an engineering perspective, the underground placement of these chambers allowed the architects to incorporate large interior rooms without expanding the visible footprint of the buildings across the camp landscape. The underground chambers were connected by corridors that allowed movement between different sections of the lower level. These corridors were designed with concrete floors and reinforced walls capable of withstanding heavy use. Ventilation shafts and air channels were installed to regulate airflow within the enclosed spaces, and lighting fixtures were placed along the ceilings to illuminate the rooms. Because the underground areas lay below the surrounding terrain, engineers also installed drainage systems to prevent groundwater from entering the chambers during periods of rain or snow. Pipes and channels carried water away from the foundations of the building, ensuring that the interior rooms remained structurally stable despite the damp conditions that characterized much of the Birkenau landscape. Above ground level, the crematoria contained the furnace halls where the cremation ovens were installed. These halls formed the industrial center of the buildings and were designed to accommodate large furnace units manufactured by specialized companies that supplied equipment to the SS administration. The ovens were arranged in rows along the interior walls of the halls, with each unit connected to flue channels that directed smoke toward the tall chimneys rising above the roofline. Engineers designed the furnace halls with high ceilings and reinforced floors capable of supporting the heavy machinery required for the operation of the ovens. Mechanical systems connected to the furnaces allowed air to circulate through the chambers, improving the efficiency of the cremation process. The furnace halls were also connected to service areas where prisoner labor detachments carried out the tasks required to maintain the operation of the ovens. Adjacent to the furnace halls, additional rooms were included within the crematoria structures to support the functioning of the facility. Storage areas allowed tools, equipment, and mechanical components to be kept close to the ovens in case repairs or adjustments were required. Maintenance corridors ran along sections of the building, allowing technicians and workers to access ventilation systems, furnace mechanisms, and structural supports located within the walls of the complex. These corridors were narrow but strategically placed so that personnel responsible for maintaining the crematoria could move between different sections of the building without disrupting other activities taking place inside the halls. The presence of these service areas highlights how the crematoria were designed as operational facilities, where continuous work and maintenance formed part of daily activity. Stairways and ramps played an important role in connecting the different levels of the crematoria. Workers moving between the underground chambers and the furnace halls used these passages to travel vertically within the building. The staircases were typically constructed from reinforced concrete and built wide enough to accommodate groups moving together between levels. Railings and support walls provided stability for those descending or ascending the steps. The ramps included in some sections of the crematoria allowed carts or equipment to be moved between levels without relying entirely on stairways. These design elements illustrate how engineers considered practical movement within the building when preparing the architectural plans. The crematoria were not only designed to house machinery, but also to accommodate the movement of people and materials required to keep the facilities functioning. Another significant feature of the internal layout was the network of ventilation systems integrated into the crematoria architecture. Large ovens produced intense heat and smoke during operation, and engineers needed to ensure that air circulation within the furnace halls remained sufficient to support the mechanical processes taking place there. Ventilation ducts were therefore installed within the walls and ceilings of the building, allowing air to flow through the structure and escape through the chimneys. These ducts were connected to mechanical systems that regulated airflow within the furnace halls, helping to maintain the operational efficiency of the ovens. The ventilation network also extended to the underground chambers, where air circulation was necessary to prevent the accumulation of gases within the enclosed spaces. The internal structure of the crematoria therefore represented a combination of architectural design and industrial engineering. Each room, corridor, and mechanical system served a purpose within the overall functioning of the building. The underground chambers, furnace halls, service corridors, and ventilation ducts formed interconnected parts of a larger structure where movement and activity followed the layout established by the architects and engineers responsible for the project. The design ensured that the crematoria could operate as self-contained facilities within the broader infrastructure of Birkenau, while still remaining connected to the camp's road network and administrative oversight. Today, many of these internal spaces exist only as ruins, yet their outlines remain visible at the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site. Visitors walking through the remains of the crematoria can see fragments of staircases leading downward into collapsed underground chambers, sections of concrete floors where furnace halls once stood, and broken ventilation ducts embedded in the walls. These remnants reveal how complex the internal structure of the buildings once was. Although the machinery and equipment have largely disappeared, the surviving architectural features provide important evidence of the design that once shaped the interior of the crematoria complexes. Studying these remains allows historians and visitors alike to understand how the buildings were organized internally and how their design reflected the systematic planning that defined the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp complex during the years of its operation. Chapter 3, Segment 3: The Cremation Furnaces and Chimney Systems. Within the crematoria complexes at Birkenau, one of the most prominent and technically complex components of the buildings was the system of cremation furnaces installed inside the large furnace halls. These furnaces represented the mechanical core of the crematoria structures, designed to operate continuously within the industrial framework of the camp. Their installation followed the architectural plans prepared by engineers working under the SS Central Construction Office, and their design reflected the technical knowledge of industrial cremation technology that had already been used in civilian crematoriums before the war. However, the scale and arrangement of these furnaces inside Birkenau's crematoria distinguished them from most civilian facilities, as multiple ovens were grouped together within single halls to allow simultaneous operation. Each crematorium building contains several furnace units arranged in rows, connected to a shared chimney system that directed smoke upward and away from the surrounding structures. The installation of these ovens required precise coordination between construction teams, engineers, and industrial manufacturers who supplied the mechanical equipment used inside the buildings. The furnace units themselves were manufactured by specialized German companies that produced cremation ovens for municipal crematoriums and other institutions. These companies worked with the SS Construction Office to provide designs capable of operating at the scale required within Auschwitz-Birkenau. Once the brick structures of the crematoria had been completed, the ovens were transported to the camp and assembled inside the furnace halls under the supervision of engineers and technicians. Each furnace unit consisted of a chamber built from heat-resistant materials capable of withstanding the extremely high temperatures generated during operation. The chambers were lined with refractory bricks designed to retain heat and protect the surrounding structure from damage caused by continuous use. Doors made from metal and reinforced components sealed the furnace openings, allowing the internal temperature to remain stable while the ovens were operating. Beneath the furnace chambers, additional mechanical elements helped regulate airflow and combustion, ensuring that the ovens could function efficiently for extended periods. These technical features formed part of the engineering system that allowed the crematoria to operate as industrial facilities within the camp complex. The furnace halls themselves were designed to accommodate the operation of multiple ovens simultaneously. Engineers arranged the furnace units in such a way that workers could move between them while performing maintenance or operating tasks. Wide passages between rows of ovens allowed space for labor detachments assigned to the crematoria to carry out their work under the supervision of SS personnel. The floors of the furnace halls were reinforced with concrete capable of supporting the heavy mechanical equipment installed there. Ventilation openings and air channels were built into the walls and ceilings to regulate airflow within the halls, helping maintain stable operating conditions for the ovens. This ventilation system connected to the larger chimney structures rising above the roof of each crematorium building. The chimneys themselves formed one of the most visible features of the crematoria complexes when viewed from outside. Constructed from brick and reinforced with internal flue channels, the chimneys extended high above the buildings to allow smoke and gases produced by the furnaces to disperse into the air above the surrounding fields. The height of the chimneys was carefully calculated by engineers to ensure that smoke would rise sufficiently above the camp landscape rather than spreading across nearby areas of Birkenau. From many points within the camp, the chimneys could be seen rising above the rows of barracks and other buildings, marking the location of the crematoria along the outer edges of the compound. During periods when the furnaces were in operation, smoke emerging from the chimneys became a visible sign of activity within the crematoria complexes. The internal flue system connecting the furnaces to the chimneys was another important aspect of the crematoria design. Each oven chamber was linked to a network of flue channels that directed smoke and combustion gases toward the main chimney structure. These channels were constructed using heat-resistant materials and carefully sealed to prevent leakage of gases into the furnace halls. Engineers also installed dampers within the flue system to regulate airflow and control the movement of smoke through the chimney. By adjusting these dampers, technicians could influence how quickly gases moved through the system, ensuring that the furnaces maintained the temperatures required for continuous operation. This level of mechanical control reflected the industrial engineering principles that guided the design of the crematoria facilities. Maintaining the furnaces required regular supervision and technical oversight. Workers assigned to the crematoria were responsible for cleaning ash from the furnace chambers, inspecting mechanical components, and assisting with routine maintenance tasks. Tools used for these activities were stored in nearby service areas within the crematoria buildings, allowing labor detachments to access them whenever repairs or adjustments were needed. The ovens themselves were designed to remain operational for long periods without shutting down, which meant that maintaining the structural integrity of the refractory brick lining inside the chambers was essential. When bricks became damaged due to heat exposure, they needed to be replaced to prevent the furnace structure from deteriorating. These maintenance procedures formed part of the daily routines carried out inside the crematoria complexes by prisoners forced to work within the facilities. The combination of furnaces, flue channels, ventilation ducts, and chimneys created an interconnected mechanical system that defined the technical operation of the crematoria. Each element of the system supported the others, allowing the buildings to function as industrial installations integrated into the larger infrastructure of Birkenau. From the underground chambers to the furnace halls and finally to the chimneys rising above the rooflines, the crematoria represented a layered architectural and mechanical design shaped by engineering decisions made during the planning stages of the camp's expansion. The presence of these furnace systems also contributed to the industrial appearance of Birkenau during the years when the camp was active. Alongside the railway tracks, administrative buildings, and rows of barracks, the chimneys of the crematoria became part of the visual landscape that defined the camp. Guards in watchtowers could observe smoke rising from the buildings, while prisoners working in nearby areas often saw the chimneys from across the open fields of Birkenau. The crematoria therefore became both functional facilities and visible symbols of the industrial infrastructure that had been constructed within the camp complex. Today, the remains of these furnace systems exist mostly as ruins scattered across the memorial site of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The chimneys that once rose above the crematoria were destroyed by the retreating SS in the final days before the camp's liberation, leaving behind fragments of brick foundations and collapsed flue channels. Sections of the furnace halls can still be identified by the outlines of concrete floors and remnants of heat-resistant brickwork that once formed part of the oven chambers. Although the mechanical equipment has largely disappeared, these architectural remnants allow historians to reconstruct how the cremation systems were arranged inside the buildings. By studying the surviving structures and historical documents related to their construction, researchers continue to learn more about the engineering methods used to create the crematoria complexes at Birkenau. Understanding the furnace and chimney systems therefore reveals how the crematoria functioned not only as buildings but also as industrial machines embedded within the larger environment of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Chapter 4, Segment 1. SS administration and command structure around the crematoria. By the time the crematoria complexes at Birkenau became operational, they were already fully integrated into the administrative structure that governed Auschwitz and the broader concentration camp system. Nothing within the camp functioned independently. Every building, labor detachment, and operational process fell under a hierarchy of command that extended from the highest offices of the SS administration down to individual guards and prisoner supervisors assigned to specific duties. The crematoria therefore operated not simply as mechanical installations but as facilities embedded within a carefully organized administrative network. This network included officers responsible for camp command, departments overseeing construction and maintenance, supervisors directing prisoner labor units, and clerical staff who maintained the records documenting daily operations within the camp. Understanding how the crematoria functioned requires examining this command structure and the chain of authority that regulated activity inside and around these buildings. At the highest level of authority within Auschwitz stood the camp commandant, an SS officer responsible for overseeing the entire complex of camps and subcamps connected to Auschwitz. The commandant worked with a staff of administrative officers who managed different departments within the camp. These departments included offices responsible for prisoner registration, labor allocation, security operations, and construction projects. The crematoria fell under the authority of several of these departments simultaneously, reflecting the multiple roles the facilities played within the broader camp system. The construction office maintained responsibility for the physical structure of the buildings and the technical maintenance of the furnaces and chimneys. Meanwhile, the camp administration oversaw the prisoner labor detachments assigned to work inside the crematoria complexes. Security units ensured that the areas surrounding the buildings remained under guard supervision, and clerical offices recorded information related to activities taking place within the facilities. This layered administrative structure ensured that the crematoria remained fully integrated into the daily operation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Within the SS hierarchy, specific officers were assigned to supervise sections of the camp where specialized activities occurred. The crematoria areas were monitored by SS personnel, who ensured that the procedures established by the administration were followed. Guards stationed near the buildings controlled access to the surrounding grounds and oversaw the movement of prisoner labor detachments assigned to work there. These guards formed part of the larger security system that extended across Birkenau, including patrols along the fences and watchtowers positioned around the perimeter of the camp. Their presence reinforced the controlled environment in which all camp operations took place. The administrative supervision of the crematoria also included the coordination of prisoner labor units known as Sonderkommando detachments. These units consisted of prisoners forced to carry out the labor required to operate and maintain the crematoria facilities. The members of these detachments were selected by SS officials and placed under strict supervision while performing their assigned duties. Their tasks included maintaining equipment, cleaning the buildings, and performing other operational work inside the crematoria complexes. Although these prisoners carried out the physical labor necessary for the functioning of the buildings, they remained entirely under the authority of SS guards and supervisors who controlled their movements and determined their work assignments. The organization of these detachments followed the same administrative procedures used for other labor groups within the camp. Records were kept documenting which prisoners belonged to each unit, and work schedules were determined by the SS personnel responsible for overseeing labor assignments across Auschwitz. In addition to the guards supervising prisoner labor, technical personnel were also involved in overseeing aspects of crematoria operation. Engineers and technicians associated with the SS construction department occasionally inspected the furnace systems and mechanical installations inside the buildings. Their responsibilities included ensuring that the ovens remained functional and that ventilation systems and chimneys continued to operate properly. If mechanical problems occurred, these technical specialists coordinated with maintenance teams to carry out repairs or adjustments. Such inspections reflected the importance placed on maintaining the crematoria as operational facilities within the broader infrastructure of Birkenau. The presence of engineers and technicians demonstrated how the crematoria required both administrative supervision and technical oversight in order to function according to the plans established during their construction. Another important component of the administrative system surrounding the crematoria involved record-keeping. The concentration camp system relied heavily on written documentation to track nearly every aspect of camp life. Clerks working within administrative offices recorded the arrival of prisoner transports, the assignment of inmates to labor detachments, and the movement of prisoners between different sections of the camp. Documents related to crematoria operations formed part of this broader record-keeping system. Reports prepared by SS personnel documented various aspects of activity connected to the crematoria facilities. These records were maintained within the bureaucratic framework of the camp administration, reflecting the systematic approach that characterized many aspects of Nazi governance. Through this documentation, the crematoria became incorporated into the administrative memory of Auschwitz, recorded in files and reports produced by the officials responsible for managing the camp. The physical environment surrounding the crematoria also reflected the presence of this command structure. Guard posts were positioned near access roads leading toward the buildings, ensuring that movement in and out of the area remained under supervision. Prisoners assigned to nearby work details could see SS personnel moving between the crematoria complexes and administrative offices located elsewhere in Birkenau. Vehicles occasionally traveled along the service roads connecting these locations, carrying officials or supplies needed for camp operations. The daily routines of the camp therefore extended into the crematoria areas, where guards, labor detachments, and administrators interacted within the framework established by the SS command hierarchy. Even the layout of the buildings themselves reflected administrative control. Entrances to the crematoria were positioned in ways that allowed guards to monitor activity within the surrounding grounds. The internal corridors and service areas inside the buildings were arranged so that movement could be directed through specific pathways, reducing the possibility of unsupervised access to certain sections of the facilities. These design choices demonstrate how architectural planning and administrative oversight work together to maintain control within the crematoria complexes. The buildings were not only mechanical installations but also spaces where authority and supervision shaped every aspect of daily activity. Today, the ruins of the crematoria at Auschwitz-Birkenau stand as reminders of how these facilities once functioned within the broader command structure of the camp. Although the SS administration that oversaw their operation disappeared with the end of the war, the remains of the buildings still reveal traces of the organized system that once existed around them. Collapsed walls, broken staircases, and fragments of administrative pathways mark the locations where guards once stood and labor detachments carried out their assigned work. By studying these remnants alongside historical records, historians can reconstruct how the crematoria operated within the administrative framework of Auschwitz. The command structure that governed the camp extended into every corner of Birkenau, and the crematoria complexes formed one of the many areas where that system of authority and supervision was fully visible. Chapter 4, Segment 2. The Sonderkommando units assigned to the crematoria. Within the operational structure surrounding the crematoria at Birkenau, one of the most distinct groups of prisoners assigned to work inside the facilities were the labor detachments known as Sonderkommando units. These groups were composed of prisoners who were forced by the SS administration to carry out the labor necessary to operate and maintain the crematoria complexes. Unlike most prisoner work detachments in Auschwitz-Birkenau, which were assigned to construction projects, industrial labor, or camp maintenance tasks, the Sonderkommando units worked specifically within the crematoria buildings themselves. Their presence represented a central component of the operational system surrounding the crematoria because the SS administration relied on prisoner labor to perform the physical work required inside these facilities. The members of these units lived within the same camp environment as other prisoners but followed a work routine that was closely connected to the crematoria complexes located near the outer sectors of Birkenau. The formation of Sonderkommando detachments followed the administrative procedures used by the SS to organize prisoner labor throughout the camp system. When prisoners arrived in transports at Auschwitz, the SS conducted selection procedures that determined how individuals would be assigned within the camp. Some prisoners were sent to the barracks of Birkenau for general imprisonment and forced labor assignments, while others were selected for specific work details that supported the infrastructure of the camp. Those assigned to Sonderkommando units were separated from the general prisoner population and organized into labor detachments whose work centered entirely around the crematoria buildings. The selection of prisoners for these units was controlled by SS officials responsible for labor assignments, and once chosen, members of the Sonderkommando were placed under strict supervision within the crematoria areas. Their daily routines were determined by the operational needs of the facilities and the instructions issued by SS guards overseeing the complexes. The work carried out by these units involved maintaining the internal operations of the crematoria buildings. Members of the Sonderkommando were required to assist with tasks connected to the functioning of the furnace halls, mechanical equipment, and surrounding service areas. Their duties included cleaning interior spaces, transporting materials, assisting with maintenance tasks, and ensuring that the mechanical systems inside the buildings continued to operate under the supervision of SS personnel and technical staff. Because the crematoria complexes contained large ovens and mechanical installations, the physical work involved in maintaining the facilities required continuous labor. The Sonderkommando units therefore played a crucial role in performing the tasks that allowed the crematoria to function according to the administrative plans established by the camp authorities. Although these prisoners carried out the labor required inside the crematoria, they remained completely under SS control and had no authority over the operations themselves. Guards monitored their movements, and supervisors determined their schedules and responsibilities. The relationship between the SS administration and the Sonderkommando units reflected the broader structure of power within Auschwitz-Birkenau, where prisoners were forced to perform labor within a system entirely controlled by camp authorities. The members of the Sonderkommando were therefore both prisoners and workers within the camp infrastructure, occupying a position that was defined by the coercive nature of the concentration camp system. Living conditions for the Sonderkommando units differed in certain ways from those experienced by other prisoners in Birkenau. Because their work was located within the crematoria complexes, these prisoners were often housed in barracks situated closer to the crematoria areas than the main prisoner compounds. This arrangement allowed the SS administration to ensure that the Sonderkommando could be quickly assembled when work inside the crematoria was required. However, the proximity of their living quarters to the crematoria also reinforced the isolation of these units from the broader prisoner population. While other prisoners in Birkenau might work in construction details, agricultural labor, or nearby factories, the Sonderkommando remained largely confined to the crematoria zones where their duties were performed. Despite this isolation, the members of the Sonderkommando remained part of the larger prisoner community within the camp. They interacted with guards, administrators, and occasionally other labor detachments assigned to nearby work areas. Some prisoners working in maintenance details or construction projects near the crematoria complexes observed the movements of Sonderkommando units as they carried out their duties under guard supervision. These interactions formed part of the daily rhythm of the camp, where different prisoner labor groups moved through various sectors of Birkenau according to schedules established by the SS administration. The existence of Sonderkommando units also illustrates how the concentration camp system relied heavily on prisoner labor to sustain its infrastructure. Throughout Auschwitz-Birkenau, thousands of prisoners were forced to participate in construction projects, industrial production, agricultural work, and maintenance tasks that supported the functioning of the camp. The Sonderkommando units represented a specialized branch of this labor system, assigned specifically to the crematoria facilities that had been constructed as part of Birkenau's expansion. Their work demonstrates how the SS administration integrated prisoner labor into nearly every aspect of camp operations. Another significant aspect of the Sonderkommando units was the constant supervision under which they operated. Guards stationed around the crematoria complexes monitored the movements of these prisoners closely. The areas surrounding the crematoria were already part of the secured perimeter of Birkenau, with watchtowers and patrol routes ensuring that no prisoner movement occurred without observation. Within this controlled environment, the Sonderkommando units carried out their duties according to schedules determined by SS authorities. Their tasks were organized as part of the larger administrative structure that governed the functioning of the camp, reinforcing the strict hierarchy that defined daily life in Auschwitz. Over time, the presence of these units became a recognized element of the crematoria complexes within Birkenau. Prisoners assigned to work in nearby sectors occasionally saw the Sonderkommando detachments moving between their barracks and the crematoria buildings. The SS administration maintained detailed records related to prisoner labor assignments, and these documents sometimes included references to the units working within the crematoria facilities. Through such records, historians have been able to reconstruct aspects of the structure and organization of these detachments within the camp system. Today, The history of the Sonderkommando units remains an important subject of historical research and remembrance. Survivors who were once forced to work within these units later provided testimony describing their experiences inside the crematoria complexes. Their accounts have contributed to the historical understanding of how the crematoria operated and how prisoner labor was used within the Auschwitz system. At the memorial site of Auschwitz-Birkenau, visitors who walk near the ruins of the crematoria often learn about the Sonderkommando units that once worked there. The collapsed structures and surrounding fields now stand as silent reminders of the labor that took place within these buildings and the prisoners who were forced to carry out those tasks under SS supervision. By studying the organization of these units, historians continue to gain insight into how the crematoria functioned within the larger structure of the camp and how prisoner labor became intertwined with the operation of one of the most complex facilities within Auschwitz-Birkenau. Chapter 4, Segment 3. Daily Supervision and Operational Control. Within the crematoria complexes at Birkenau, the day-to-day operation of the facilities followed a structured system of supervision that reflected the broader administrative culture of Auschwitz. Every part of the camp complex functioned through layers of authority, and the crematoria were no exception. The SS administration maintained direct control over these buildings through guards, supervisors, and administrative officials who oversaw the movement of prisoners and the functioning of the mechanical systems installed inside the structures. Although prisoner labor detachments performed much of the physical work inside the crematoria, the overall operation of the buildings remained entirely under the authority of the SS command structure. This supervision extended from the entrance roads leading to the crematoria grounds all the way into the internal rooms and furnace halls where daily activities took place. The areas surrounding the crematoria were part of the secured perimeter network of Birkenau. Guards stationed near access roads controlled who could approach the buildings, ensuring that only authorized personnel and prisoner labor units entered the area. Watchtowers located along the camp fences allowed guards to observe movement across the surrounding fields, reinforcing the strict security environment that defined the camp. These security arrangements ensured that the crematoria complexes remained isolated working zones within the broader camp landscape. Prisoners assigned to other labor details in Birkenau generally had limited access to these areas, and the movement of Sonderkommando units was carefully regulated by SS personnel who directed them to and from their assigned tasks. Inside the crematoria buildings themselves, supervision followed a routine pattern connected to the daily schedules of the camp. Prisoner labor detachments began their work according to instructions given by SS supervisors responsible for the crematoria sector. These supervisors determined when tasks would begin and how the work inside the buildings would proceed. Guards remained present within the buildings or nearby, monitoring the activities of the prisoners and ensuring that all procedures followed the instructions issued by the camp administration. This system of oversight reflected the broader principle that governed every labor assignment in Auschwitz. Prisoners were compelled to perform work under constant observation, with no independence in determining how their duties were carried out. The physical layout of the crematoria supported this supervision system. Entrances to the buildings were arranged so that guards could easily monitor the movement of people entering or leaving the structures. Interior corridors connected the underground chambers, furnace halls, and service areas in ways that allowed supervisors to move between sections of the building while maintaining oversight of prisoner labor detachments. Stairways linking the underground levels with the furnace halls provided controlled routes through which workers moved during their tasks. These architectural features were not accidental. They reflected the same administrative thinking that shaped the design of many other buildings within the camp complex, where movement was directed through pathways that could be easily observed and controlled. In addition to guards responsible for security, certain SS personnel oversaw the technical functioning of the crematoria. These individuals monitored the operation of the furnaces and ventilation systems that formed the mechanical core of the buildings. Their duties included ensuring that the ovens remained operational and that mechanical systems functioned according to the design established during construction. If technical problems occurred, these supervisors coordinated with maintenance teams or engineers who could address the issues. The presence of such technical oversight demonstrates that the crematoria were treated by the camp administration as facilities requiring continuous operational management, much like other industrial installations connected to the camp system. The daily rhythm of work inside the crematoria therefore followed a pattern shaped by both mechanical requirements and administrative scheduling. Prisoner labor detachments carried out assigned tasks under guard supervision, while SS officials monitored progress and ensured that procedures continued according to the directives established within the camp administration. These routines were recorded through the bureaucratic documentation that characterized the operation of Auschwitz. Reports and internal records created by the SS sometimes referenced aspects of crematoria operations, reflecting the broader administrative practice of documenting activities across the camp complex. Such documentation formed part of the extensive archive produced by the Nazi bureaucracy during the years of the camp's existence. Beyond the immediate interior of the buildings, the surrounding environment of the crematoria remained under continuous observation. Guards patrolled the service roads connecting the crematoria to other parts of Birkenau, and watchtowers provided clear lines of sight across the open ground nearby. The flat terrain of the camp meant that activity around the crematoria could be seen from considerable distances. This visibility reinforced the SS administration's ability to supervise operations and maintain control over prisoner labor units working within the complexes. Even the chimneys rising above the crematoria served as visible markers within the camp landscape, identifying the location of the buildings from many points across Birkenau. The system of supervision that surrounded the crematoria also extended to the management of the Sonderkommando units assigned to work there. These prisoners operated under strict instructions regarding their movements and duties. Guards ensured that members of these units remained within the crematoria areas except when escorted to their barracks or other designated locations. The close monitoring of these prisoners reflected the importance the SS administration placed on controlling the labor detachments responsible for maintaining the crematoria facilities. Their work remained entirely subject to the authority of the guards and supervisors overseeing the complexes. The presence of this layered supervision system reveals how the crematoria operated as part of a broader structure of authority within Auschwitz-Birkenau. Every action within the buildings occurred under observation, and the routines carried out there were integrated into the administrative framework that governed the entire camp. From the guards controlling access roads to the technical supervisors monitoring furnace operations, the crematoria remained embedded in the command structure of the SS. This system ensured that the buildings functioned according to the directives issued by the camp administration while maintaining the strict control that defined life inside the concentration camp environment. Today, the ruins of the crematoria at Birkenau provide only a partial glimpse of this once tightly controlled environment. The collapsed walls and scattered bricks visible at the memorial site do not fully reveal the layers of supervision and authority that once shaped daily activity within these buildings. Yet historical documents, architectural remains, and survivor testimonies allow historians to reconstruct how the crematoria were monitored and operated within the structure of Auschwitz. By examining these sources, it becomes possible to understand the crematoria not only as physical structures, but also as workplaces governed by a system of control that extended throughout the camp complex. Chapter 5, Segment 1. Arrival of transports and the railway ramp at Birkenau. The functioning of the crematoria complexes at Birkenau was closely connected to the railway system that brought transports of prisoners into the Auschwitz camp complex. The railway ramp at Birkenau became one of the most significant locations within the camp because it served as the primary point where deportation trains arrived from across occupied Europe. During the early years of Auschwitz, prisoner transports had been unloaded at railway stations located outside the campgrounds. However, as Birkenau expanded and the number of deportations increased, the SS administration extended the railway lines directly into the camp itself. This extension allowed trains to pass through the main gate of Birkenau and arrive inside the compound, where large groups of prisoners could be processed immediately upon arrival. The construction of this internal railway ramp represented an important logistical development in the organization of the camp, linking the broader European rail network directly to the infrastructure of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Trains carrying deported prisoners traveled from many different regions including Poland, Hungary, France, the Netherlands, Slovakia, and other occupied territories. These trains were often composed of freight cars rather than passenger coaches, reflecting the logistical approach used by the Nazi authorities to transport large numbers of people over long distances. The journey to Auschwitz could take many hours or even several days depending on the origin of the transport and the conditions of the railway network at the time. When the trains finally arrived at Birkenau, they moved slowly along the rail spur that led through the camp gate toward the unloading area located near the center of the compound. Guards and administrative personnel were already present when the trains reached the ramp, preparing to oversee the procedures that would take place once the transport doors were opened. The arrival of a transport followed a pattern that became familiar within the daily life of the camp. SS officers, guards, and administrative clerks gathered near the railway ramp to supervise the process. Medical personnel and camp officials responsible for prisoner classification were also present to carry out the procedures established by the administration. When the doors of the freight cars were opened, prisoners were ordered to disembark onto the ramp where they assembled in groups under guard supervision. The ramp itself was a long stretch of railway track surrounded by gravel ground where the arriving prisoners stood while the SS officials organized the next stage of processing. The presence of this ramp within Birkenau allowed the camp authorities to conduct these procedures inside the compound rather than at external stations, reinforcing the controlled environment that defined Auschwitz-Birkenau. After the prisoners disembarked from the trains, SS officers conducted selection procedures that determined how individuals would be processed within the camp system. These decisions were made quickly, often within minutes, as the arriving prisoners stood in lines on the ramp. Some prisoners were directed toward the sections of Birkenau where registration and assignment to barracks took place. These individuals would become part of the camp population and would later be assigned to forced labor detachments or other duties within the complex. Others were directed toward different areas of the camp according to the instructions issued by the SS officers overseeing the arrival process. The selection procedure represented one of the most important administrative stages within the arrival of transports because it determined how the individuals from each train would be distributed within the Auschwitz system. The railway ramp therefore served not only as a transportation hub but also as an administrative space where decisions about prisoners were made. The design of the ramp area reflected this role. Open ground surrounding the railway tracks allowed large numbers of people to gather while the SS officials conducted their procedures. Vehicles and carts were often positioned nearby to assist with transporting luggage and other belongings carried by the deported prisoners. Storage areas located elsewhere in the camp received these items after they were collected from the arrivals. The process of sorting luggage formed another part of the administrative routine associated with the arrival of transports. Prisoners working in labor detachments were sometimes assigned to move these belongings away from the ramp so that the area could be cleared for the next arriving train. The proximity of the crematoria complexes to the railway ramp formed part of the spatial planning that connected different areas of Birkenau. Roads running from the ramp led toward various sectors of the camp, including the prisoner barracks, administrative buildings, and the crematoria zones located near the outer edges of the compound. This network of roads allowed guards, vehicles, and labor detachments to move between these areas efficiently. From the perspective of the SS administration, the layout of Birkenau made it possible to process transports in an organized sequence that moved prisoners from the railway ramp into different parts of the camp according to the decisions made during the selection procedures. For prisoners arriving on the transports, The ramp represented the first point of contact with the environment of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The landscape surrounding the railway tracks was dominated by fences, watchtowers, rows of barracks, and distant chimneys rising above the crematoria buildings. Guards standing along the ramp directed the arriving prisoners to form lines while SS officers issued instructions about where they were to go next. The entire process unfolded quickly, often leaving little time for the prisoners to understand the environment into which they had arrived. The scale of Birkenau, with its vast rows of barracks stretching across the open terrain, made an immediate impression on many of those who stepped down from the trains. Historical accounts from survivors who passed through the railway ramp described the confusion and uncertainty that accompanied these moments. Many prisoners had traveled long distances without knowing their final destination, and the sight of the camp upon arrival often marked the beginning of their experience within the Auschwitz system. The ramp therefore became a place where the administrative processes of the camp intersected with the personal experiences of those who arrived there. From the perspective of the SS administration, however, the ramp was simply one part of the logistical chain that connected the broader deportation network to the infrastructure of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Trains arrived according to schedules coordinated by railway authorities and SS offices responsible for deportation transports. The camp administration prepared to receive each transport by assembling personnel and organizing the procedures required for processing the arrivals. Once a transport had been unloaded and the selection procedures completed, the train would often depart again, leaving the ramp clear for the next scheduled arrival. In this way, the railway ramp functioned as a continuous point of entry within the camp system, linking the deportation routes across Europe with the internal organization of Birkenau. Even today, the railway tracks leading into Birkenau remain one of the most recognizable features of the memorial site. Visitors walking along the preserved rails can still see the long line of tracks stretching through the gate and across the open fields of the camp. The ramp area where transports once arrived remains visible, surrounded by the foundations of barracks and the distant ruins of the crematoria complexes. Standing in this place allows visitors to understand how the geography of Birkenau connected transportation, administration, and infrastructure within a single organized landscape. The railway ramp was therefore not only a place where trains arrived. It was the starting point of the processes that shaped the functioning of the camp and connected the crematoria to the wider system of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Chapter 5, Segment 2. Selection Procedures and Administrative Processing. After transports arrived at the railway ramp inside Birkenau, the next stage in the process involved the administrative procedures that determined how the arriving prisoners would be classified and directed within the camp system. These procedures were conducted by SS officers and camp officials who assembled near the railway tracks before the trains reached the unloading area. Their role was to organize the movement of the newly arrived prisoners and assign them to different categories according to the policies established by the SS administration. The arrival process was designed to move quickly, partly because the number of transports arriving at Birkenau during certain periods was extremely high and the camp authorities needed to maintain a continuous flow through the ramp area. Once prisoners had stepped down from the freight cars, guards ordered them to form lines on the open ground beside the railway tracks. The SS officers responsible for the selection process stood nearby, observing the groups as they assembled. Medical personnel were sometimes present as well, assisting in the classification of prisoners according to the criteria established by the camp administration. The purpose of this stage was to determine which prisoners would be registered as inmates of the camp and assigned to forced labor or other duties within the Auschwitz system. Those selected for registration were directed toward the sectors of Birkenau where new prisoners were processed and entered into the camp records. This process included recording identification numbers, assigning prisoners to barracks, and providing instructions regarding the rules governing life inside the camp. For those prisoners selected to remain in the camp, the next steps involved a series of procedures designed to integrate them into the existing structure of Auschwitz-Birkenau. After leaving the railway ramp, These individuals were escorted to registration areas where their personal information was recorded in administrative documents. Each prisoner received a number that became their official identity within the camp system, replacing their name in most forms of documentation. These numbers were recorded by clerks working in the administrative offices responsible for maintaining prisoner files. The registration process also included issuing basic clothing and assigning prisoners to specific barracks where they would live during their time in the camp. Prisoners were then informed about the routines of roll calls, work assignments, and other regulations that structured daily life in Birkenau. In this way, the administrative procedures following the arrival of transports gradually incorporated new prisoners into the existing organization of the camp population. The selection procedures carried out on the railway ramp therefore served as the gateway through which individuals entered the administrative system of Auschwitz. From the perspective of the SS officials conducting these procedures, the process was a logistical task connected to the management of large numbers of prisoners arriving from across Europe. The officers responsible for the selections made rapid decisions based on criteria that reflected the policies of the Nazi regime. These decisions determined which individuals would be incorporated into the camp labor system and which would be directed toward other areas within Birkenau. The speed with which the selections were conducted was partly due to the need to process transports efficiently, allowing the railway ramp to be cleared for subsequent arrivals. Guards moved along the lines of prisoners, directing groups to different locations according to the instructions given by the SS officers overseeing the process. The open layout of the ramp area made it possible for the officials to observe large groups of people simultaneously while issuing orders about where they should move next. During this stage, prisoner labor detachments assigned to work near the railway ramp also carried out tasks connected to the arrival of transports. These prisoners were responsible for unloading luggage from the freight cars and collecting belongings left behind by those who had disembarked. The collected items were transported to storage areas elsewhere in the camp where they were sorted and catalogued by other prisoner work units. This process formed part of the broader administrative system that handled the possessions of deported prisoners arriving at Auschwitz. The involvement of prisoner labor in these tasks illustrates how the camp administration relied on forced labor not only for construction and industrial work but also for the logistical processes connected to prisoner transports. The presence of these labor detachments near the ramp meant that the arrival of trains often brought large numbers of prisoners, guards, and workers together in the same space, each performing roles assigned by the SS administration. While these administrative procedures were unfolding, the environment surrounding the railway ramp reflected the broader structure of Birkenau. Rows of barracks extended across the open terrain in several directions, while fences and watchtowers marked the boundaries of the camp. Service roads connected the ramp to other parts of the complex, including the registration areas and prisoner compounds located deeper within Birkenau. In the distance, the chimneys of the crematoria complexes could often be seen rising above the flat landscape. These visual features formed part of the physical setting in which the arrival and selection procedures took place. For the SS officials conducting the process, the ramp was one component of the larger infrastructure that allowed Auschwitz-Birkenau to function as an organized camp system. For the prisoners standing on the gravel ground beside the railway tracks, however, the ramp represented the first encounter with the environment of the camp and the administrative processes that would shape their fate. Historical accounts from survivors who experienced the arrival process at Birkenau often describe the rapid and confusing nature of these procedures. Many deportees had traveled long distances in crowded freight cars without clear information about their destination or the system they were entering. Upon arrival, they encountered SS guards giving orders, officers directing selections, and prisoner labor units moving luggage and equipment around the ramp area. The pace of events left little time for understanding the situation, and many prisoners later recalled the disorientation that accompanied those first moments inside the camp. These accounts provide insight into how the administrative procedures carried out by the SS were experienced by the individuals who passed through them. In the broader context of Auschwitz-Birkenau, the selection procedures on the railway ramp represented one of the most significant points where the policies of the Nazi regime intersected with the operation of the camp infrastructure. The ramp served as a place where deportation transports from across Europe were transformed into categories of prisoners processed through the administrative system of Auschwitz. Those selected for registration entered the routines of camp life, becoming part of the labor detachments and barracks populations that filled the compound. Others were directed along different paths within Birkenau according to the decisions made during the selection process. The railway ramp therefore functioned as a crucial junction where transportation, administration, and policy came together within the physical landscape of the camp. Today, visitors who stand on the preserved railway tracks at the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site can still see the long stretch of ground where these procedures once took place. The open field surrounding the ramp remains largely unchanged in its layout, allowing modern observers to visualize the sequence of events that occurred there during the war. The barracks foundations, distant crematoria ruins, and watchtower structures provide context for understanding how the ramp fit into the larger structure of Birkenau. By examining this space and the historical records associated with it, historians continue to reconstruct the administrative processes that unfolded on the railway ramp and how they shaped the operation of the camp system connected to the crematoria complexes. Chapter 5, Segment 3. The movement from the ramp toward the crematoria zones. After the selection procedures had taken place on the railway ramp at Birkenau, the movement of prisoners within the camp followed routes that had been shaped by the overall design of the camp complex. The layout of Birkenau was not accidental. It was developed over time through a series of construction projects carried out by the SS Central Construction Office, which gradually expanded the camp into one of the largest concentration camp complexes in occupied Europe. The placement of roads, barracks, fences, and industrial facilities created a structured environment through which the movement of prisoners could be directed according to administrative decisions. The crematoria complexes were positioned within this environment in areas that were connected to the ramp by service roads and pathways. These connections allowed the SS administration to move groups of prisoners through the camp according to the outcomes of the selections conducted at the railway ramp. Once the selection process had concluded, guards began directing the different groups toward their assigned destinations. Those selected for registration and forced labor were typically escorted toward the sections of Birkenau where prisoner intake procedures took place. These individuals were guided along roads that led deeper into the camp compound where barracks and administrative buildings were located. Along these paths, guards supervised the movement of the groups, ensuring that prisoners followed the directions issued by SS officers responsible for organizing the arrivals. The landscape through which they moved consisted of wide gravel paths bordered by rows of wooden barracks that extended across the flat terrain of Birkenau. Watchtowers placed along the perimeter fences remained visible from many points inside the camp, reinforcing the sense that the entire environment was under constant observation. At the same time, other groups of prisoners were directed toward areas closer to the crematoria complexes located near the outer sectors of Birkenau. The crematoria themselves stood along the edges of the campgrounds, positioned near wooded areas that bordered the compound. These buildings had been constructed as part of the expansion of Birkenau during the years when the camp grew rapidly in size and function. Service roads connected the crematoria zones to the railway ramp, allowing guards and administrative personnel to move between these areas efficiently. The roads also provided routes along which groups of prisoners could be escorted when necessary. The movement from the ramp toward the crematoria areas therefore followed paths that were already integrated into the infrastructure of the camp. Guards walking alongside the groups maintained order and ensured that prisoners continued along the designated routes without deviation. The physical environment of Birkenau shaped the experience of this movement. The camp was built on relatively flat ground, with long lines of barracks arranged in rows separated by wide paths. From many of these paths, prisoners could see the distant chimneys of the crematoria rising above the buildings located near the edge of the compound. These chimneys formed part of the industrial appearance of Birkenau, standing alongside other elements of the camp infrastructure such as guard towers, barbed wire fences, and administrative offices. The roads leading toward the crematoria passed through open areas of the camp where the scale of the complex became visible. For prisoners walking along these routes, the environment often appeared vast and unfamiliar, especially for those who had just arrived after long journeys in deportation transports. The role of guards during this stage was to maintain strict control over the movement of the prisoners. SS personnel walked alongside the groups, issuing commands and directing the pace of the procession. Their authority was reinforced by the broader security structure of the camp, which included patrols and watchtowers positioned around the perimeter of Birkenau. Prisoners were aware that any attempt to leave the designated routes or move independently through the camp would immediately draw the attention of the guards. This constant supervision ensured that the movement of prisoners from the ramp toward other areas of the camp followed the patterns established by the SS administration. The roads connecting the ramp and crematoria zones therefore became controlled pathways within the larger geography of Birkenau. While these movements were taking place, other activities continued elsewhere within the camp. Prisoner labor detachments carried out construction work, maintenance tasks, and industrial labor in different sectors of Birkenau. Guards conducted routine patrols along the fences and watchtowers. Administrative personnel moved between offices located near the entrance gate and other parts of the camp. The arrival of transports at the railway ramp and the subsequent movement of prisoners toward various areas formed only one part of the broader rhythm of daily operations within Auschwitz-Birkenau. Yet this process remained one of the most significant logistical sequences within the camp, connecting the external deportation network with the internal infrastructure of Birkenau. As prisoners moved closer to the crematoria zones, the landscape gradually changed. The rows of barracks became less dense, and wooded areas appeared near the edges of the camp grounds. The crematoria buildings themselves were partially concealed by trees and earthworks designed to shield them from direct observation from certain angles within the camp. This placement reflected decisions made during the planning and construction of the crematoria complexes, which were integrated into the outer sectors of Birkenau rather than the central prisoner compounds. The roads leading to these buildings therefore passed through quieter sections of the camp where fewer barracks were present. Guards escorting prisoners along these routes continued to supervise the movement closely, ensuring that the groups reached their designated destinations. The presence of the crematoria complexes at the edges of Birkenau also reflected the overall spatial organization of the camp. While the central sectors contained barracks housing thousands of prisoners, the outer areas were reserved for specific facilities connected to the functioning of the camp system. These included storage areas, administrative structures, and the crematoria buildings themselves. By placing these facilities along the perimeter zones, the SS administration created a layout that separated different types of activity within the camp while maintaining efficient connections between them through roads and pathways. The movement of prisoners from the railway ramp toward the crematoria therefore followed routes that had been deliberately incorporated into the design of Birkenau during its expansion. Historical accounts from survivors who passed through Birkenau describe how these movements often occurred quickly, with guards urging the groups to continue along the roads without stopping. For many prisoners, the surroundings were unfamiliar, and the scale of the camp made it difficult to understand exactly where they were being taken. The presence of fences, guard towers, and armed personnel reinforced the sense that the entire environment was tightly controlled by the SS administration. These experiences form part of the broader historical record that helps historians reconstruct how the internal geography of Birkenau shaped the movement of prisoners within the camp. Today, the roads that once connected the railway ramp to the crematoria zones can still be traced across the memorial site at Auschwitz-Birkenau. Visitors walking through the preserved landscape often follow the same paths that prisoners were once forced to walk under guard supervision. The ruins of the crematoria remain visible at the edges of the camp, while the open fields between the ramp and these buildings reveal the distances that separated different sectors of Birkenau. By examining these routes and the surviving architectural remains, historians and visitors alike can better understand how the movement of prisoners within the camp formed part of the organized infrastructure that connected transportation, administration, and the crematoria complexes into a single system operating within Auschwitz-Birkenau. Chapter 6, Segment 1. The interior structure of the crematoria buildings. Within the crematoria complexes at Birkenau, the interior spaces of the buildings were organized according to architectural plans that reflected both technical requirements and the broader administrative goals of the camp system. These buildings were not simple structures. Each crematorium contained multiple levels, interconnected rooms, mechanical installations, and access corridors designed to support the functioning of the entire facility. From the outside, the crematoria appeared as relatively low brick buildings with large chimneys rising above their roofs. But inside they contained a complex arrangement of underground chambers, stairways, furnace halls, storage rooms, and service corridors. The architectural layout of these buildings formed a structured environment in which different activities were organized within clearly defined spaces. This layout was developed by engineers working under the SS Central Construction Office, who designed the crematoria as facilities capable of operating continuously within the larger infrastructure of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The internal arrangement of these buildings, therefore, reflected a combination of engineering design, construction planning, and administrative oversight. One of the defining features of several crematoria at Birkenau was the presence of underground chambers located beneath the main furnace halls. These underground spaces were accessed by stairways that descended from the ground level into rooms constructed with reinforced concrete walls and ceilings. The decision to build certain chambers below ground level formed part of the architectural design developed during the planning stage of the crematoria complexes. Engineers created these subterranean rooms in order to separate different areas of activity within the buildings. The underground chambers were connected by corridors that allowed movement between the spaces while maintaining a structured internal flow. Lighting within these areas was provided through electrical fixtures installed along the ceilings and walls, while ventilation systems helped circulate air through the enclosed rooms. These design elements demonstrate how the interior of the crematoria was engineered to function as a controlled environment within the broader structure of the building. From the underground chambers, stairways and passageways led upward toward the furnace halls located on the ground level of the crematoria. These halls were among the largest interior spaces within the buildings and contained the rows of cremation ovens that formed the mechanical core of the facilities. The floors of the furnace halls were constructed from reinforced concrete capable of supporting the heavy weight of the ovens and associated mechanical equipment. The walls surrounding these halls were lined with heat-resistant materials designed to withstand the high temperatures generated by the furnaces during operation. Engineers also installed ventilation openings and flue channels within the walls and ceilings to ensure that heat and gases produced by the ovens could be directed toward the chimney structures rising above the buildings. These technical features reveal how the furnace halls were designed not only as rooms within the crematoria but also as industrial workspaces where mechanical systems operated continuously. Adjacent to the furnace halls were smaller service rooms that supported the operation of the crematoria facilities. These rooms served various purposes, including storage areas for tools, equipment, and materials used in maintaining the furnaces. In some cases, engineers incorporated workspaces where technical staff could inspect or repair components of the mechanical systems installed inside the buildings. Corridors connecting these service rooms to the furnace halls allowed personnel to move through the building while performing maintenance tasks. This arrangement reflected the industrial character of the crematoria complexes, where mechanical installations required regular supervision and upkeep in order to function effectively. Even though the crematoria were integrated into the concentration camp system, their internal design shared certain features with industrial facilities where technical processes were carried out in specialized spaces connected by service corridors and access points. The internal layout of the crematoria also included access routes that allowed guards and supervisors to monitor activity within the buildings. Staircases, doorways, and corridors were positioned so that movement between different areas could be observed by personnel responsible for overseeing operations. This architectural design mirrored the broader principle of supervision that defined many parts of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Buildings throughout the camp were constructed in ways that allowed guards to maintain visual control over prisoner labor detachments and other individuals moving through the facilities. The crematoria complexes followed this same pattern, ensuring that all internal activity occurred within a controlled environment shaped by the authority of the SS administration. In addition to the underground chambers and furnace halls, the crematoria buildings contained entrances and exterior access points that connected the interior spaces to the surrounding grounds of Birkenau. These entrances were positioned along service roads that allowed vehicles and personnel to approach the buildings from different directions. Guards stationed near these entrances controlled who could enter or leave the crematoria areas, reinforcing the security structure that surrounded the facilities. The placement of these access points also allowed technical staff, maintenance workers, and administrative personnel to reach the buildings when necessary without interfering with other areas of the camp. The crematoria were therefore connected to the wider infrastructure of Birkenau through a network of roads and pathways that linked them to administrative offices, storage areas, and other parts of the camp complex. Inside the buildings, the environment was shaped by the presence of mechanical equipment, reinforced concrete structures, and industrial materials used in construction. The walls and ceilings of the crematoria reflected the practical considerations of engineering design rather than decorative architectural elements. Heat-resistant bricks lined sections of the furnace halls, while concrete surfaces formed the structural framework of many rooms. The underground chambers were enclosed by thick walls that provided structural stability for the buildings above them. Electrical wiring ran along certain sections of the ceilings and walls, powering the lighting systems installed inside the crematoria. These details reveal how the buildings were constructed with functionality in mind, emphasizing durability and operational efficiency rather than aesthetic design. The presence of these structural elements also illustrates how the crematoria complexes represented a significant engineering effort within the broader construction program at Auschwitz-Birkenau. The development of Birkenau required the coordination of architects, engineers, construction workers, and prisoner labor detachments working under SS supervision. The crematoria buildings formed part of this expansion, standing alongside barracks, administrative offices, guard towers, and other infrastructure that transformed the landscape of the region into one of the largest concentration camp complexes in occupied Europe. Their internal layout demonstrates how the camp administration integrated mechanical installations, architectural planning, and administrative oversight into facilities designed to operate as part of the Auschwitz system. Today, much of the interior structure of the crematoria buildings exists only in fragments. During the final stages of the war, retreating SS personnel destroyed several of the crematoria in an attempt to conceal evidence of their operation. The resulting explosions collapsed large sections of the buildings, leaving behind ruins scattered across the memorial site at Birkenau. Visitors walking through the area today can see broken concrete slabs, exposed brick foundations, and remnants of stairways that once connected the underground chambers to the furnace halls. These ruins provide clues about the original layout of the buildings, allowing historians and archaeologists to reconstruct how the interior spaces were arranged. Through careful study of these remains and the historical documents associated with the construction of the crematoria, researchers continue to gain insight into how the interior structure of these buildings functioned within the broader system of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Chapter 6, Segment 2. The Mechanical Systems of the Crematoria. Inside the crematoria complexes at Birkenau, the functioning of the buildings depended not only on their architectural layout, but also on a network of mechanical systems designed to support continuous operation. These systems included the cremation ovens themselves, ventilation equipment, flue channels, chimneys, and the various structural components that allowed heat, air, and smoke to move through the buildings in a controlled manner. The crematoria therefore operated as a combination of architecture and machinery, where the structure of the building and the mechanical installations inside it worked together to create a functioning industrial environment. The development of these mechanical systems was carried out through collaboration between the SS Central Construction Office and private engineering firms that specialized in cremation technology. These firms had experience building crematoria for municipal facilities in German cities before the war, and their knowledge was adapted to meet the requirements of the installations constructed at Auschwitz-Birkenau. The scale of the crematoria at Birkenau differed significantly from most civilian cremation facilities of the time. Instead of a small number of ovens serving a local community, the crematoria complexes were designed with multiple furnace units arranged within large halls so that several ovens could operate simultaneously. Engineers working on the project designed the buildings in a way that allowed the ovens to function continuously while maintaining the structural stability of the surrounding walls and floors. The furnaces were built from refractory bricks capable of withstanding extremely high temperatures, and the chambers inside the ovens were shaped to direct heat in ways that improved efficiency. These design features reflected the technical expertise of engineers who understood how heat moved through enclosed structures and how to maintain combustion within large furnace systems. Each crematorium building contained several furnace units placed in rows along the walls of the furnace hall. The placement of these units allowed workers to move between them while performing maintenance tasks or adjusting the equipment. The ovens were connected to a series of flue channels built into the walls and ceilings of the building. These channels directed smoke and gases produced during operation toward the main chimney structure rising above the roof. The flue system was carefully engineered so that gases moved through the channels efficiently, preventing buildup inside the furnace halls and ensuring that the chimneys could carry smoke away from the building. Dampers installed within the flue system allowed operators to regulate the movement of air and combustion gases, adjusting the internal conditions of the ovens when necessary. This combination of ovens, flues, and dampers formed the central mechanical network that allowed the crematoria to function as operational facilities within the camp complex. Ventilation systems also played an important role in the functioning of the crematoria buildings. Engineers designed the ventilation networks to circulate air through both the furnace halls and the underground chambers located beneath certain crematoria. Fresh air entered the buildings through openings positioned along the walls or roof structures, while fans and ducts helped move air through enclosed spaces. These ventilation systems were necessary for maintaining working conditions inside the buildings and preventing the accumulation of gases in areas where prisoner labor detachments and technical staff carried out their duties. The ventilation equipment itself was integrated into the architecture of the crematoria, with ducts running through ceilings and walls in ways that connected different parts of the building. In some areas, ventilation shafts extended vertically through the structure, linking underground rooms with the exterior air above ground level. The chimneys of the crematoria formed the most visible part of the mechanical system. Rising above the rooflines of the buildings, these tall brick structures contained internal flue channels that carried smoke and gases upward into the atmosphere. The height of the chimneys was carefully calculated to ensure that smoke dispersed high above the surrounding campgrounds rather than spreading across the immediate area of Birkenau. Engineers understood that the movement of smoke through a chimney depended on temperature differences between the hot gases inside the flue and the cooler air outside the structure. By constructing chimneys tall enough to maintain this temperature difference, they ensured that gases would rise effectively through the flue system. The chimneys therefore acted as the final stage of the mechanical process that began inside the furnace chambers and continued through the network of flue channels within the building. Maintaining these mechanical systems required continuous attention from the personnel responsible for overseeing the crematoria. Prisoner labor detachments assigned to work inside the buildings performed many of the tasks connected to maintaining the equipment. These tasks included cleaning ash from the furnace chambers, inspecting the refractory brick linings for damage, and assisting with routine maintenance of the ovens and ventilation equipment. Technical supervisors monitored the condition of the machinery and coordinated repairs when mechanical problems occurred. The maintenance process formed an essential part of keeping the crematoria operational, as the high temperatures and constant use placed considerable stress on the equipment. Refractory bricks inside the ovens sometimes cracked or deteriorated after prolonged exposure to heat, requiring replacement to maintain the integrity of the furnace chambers. Tools used for these maintenance activities were stored in service rooms adjacent to the furnace halls. The mechanical complexity of the crematoria reflected the broader industrial character of Auschwitz-Birkenau during the years when the camp expanded into one of the largest complexes within the Nazi concentration camp system. In addition to the crematoria, the camp contained workshops, warehouses, construction yards, and other facilities where mechanical equipment and industrial processes were present. Engineers and technicians associated with the SS administration oversaw many of these installations, ensuring that the infrastructure of the camp remained functional. The crematoria therefore formed part of a wider network of facilities where engineering and industrial design intersected with the administrative goals of the camp system. Their mechanical systems demonstrate how technical knowledge and industrial manufacturing were incorporated into the architecture of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The sounds and environment inside the crematoria during periods of operation were shaped by these mechanical systems. The furnace halls contained the constant noise of combustion within the ovens and the movement of air through ventilation ducts and flue channels. The heat produced by the furnaces created an environment that required careful monitoring to ensure that the structural components of the building remained stable. Workers moving through the halls carried out their tasks under the supervision of guards and technical staff, who ensured that the machinery continued to function according to the design specifications established during construction. These daily routines illustrate how the crematoria operated not only as buildings but as industrial installations embedded within the structure of the camp. Today, the mechanical equipment that once filled the crematoria buildings has largely disappeared. When the SS evacuated Auschwitz in January 1945, they destroyed several crematoria complexes in an attempt to conceal evidence of their operation. Explosions collapsed the furnace halls and damaged the chimneys, leaving behind fragments of brickwork and twisted metal scattered across the ground. Despite this destruction, traces of the mechanical systems can still be identified by examining the ruins. Sections of flue channels remain visible within broken walls, and fragments of furnace structures can still be found among the collapsed debris. Archaeological investigations and historical research have helped reconstruct how these mechanical systems once functioned inside the crematoria buildings. By studying construction records, engineering drawings, and the surviving architectural remains, historians continue to piece together the technical design that allowed the crematoria complexes of Birkenau to operate as part of the larger infrastructure of Auschwitz. Chapter 6, Segment 3. The continuous operation of the crematoria complex. Once the crematoria at Birkenau were fully constructed and integrated into the wider structure of Auschwitz, the buildings began to function as facilities that operated according to a carefully organized routine. These routines were shaped by the interaction between administrative planning, mechanical systems, and the forced labor units assigned to work within the crematoria. Like many other parts of the camp complex, the crematoria followed patterns that repeated daily, reflecting the structured environment created by the SS administration. Guards, technicians, and prisoner labor detachments all participated in these routines, each performing tasks defined by their position within the hierarchy of the camp. The crematoria were therefore not simply buildings that stood within the landscape of Birkenau, but workplaces in which a coordinated system of activities unfolded within the architectural spaces designed for that purpose. Each day within the crematoria areas began under the authority of the SS personnel responsible for supervising the sector of Birkenau where the buildings were located. Guards stationed near the access roads and entrances ensured that the surrounding grounds remained secure and that only authorized individuals entered the area. Prisoner labor detachments assigned to the crematoria were assembled and directed toward the buildings where their work would take place. These labor units, composed of members of the Sonderkommando, carried out the physical tasks required to maintain the functioning of the crematoria facilities. Their movements were closely monitored by guards who accompanied them as they entered the buildings and began their duties inside the furnace halls and adjacent service rooms. The tasks carried out by these labor detachments formed the foundation of the crematoria's daily operation. Workers moved through the interior spaces of the buildings performing activities related to the maintenance of the furnaces, cleaning of the chambers, and handling of materials associated with the functioning of the crematoria. Because the ovens inside the furnace halls operated at high temperatures, the environment within these rooms required careful supervision. The refractory brick linings of the furnaces needed regular inspection to ensure that the intense heat generated during operation did not damage the structural integrity of the chambers. Ash produced by the furnaces had to be removed periodically so that the ovens could continue functioning without interruption. These maintenance tasks were carried out with tools stored in service areas inside the crematoria buildings. The routine of cleaning, inspecting, and maintaining the furnaces formed one of the central aspects of daily work inside the crematoria complexes. The mechanical systems that supported the crematoria also required continuous monitoring. Ventilation ducts and flue channels carried air and gases through the buildings, and these systems needed to remain clear so that the furnaces could operate properly. Prisoner labor units sometimes assisted in clearing blockages or removing debris that might interfere with airflow through the ventilation networks. At the same time, technical supervisors observed the condition of the mechanical installations and made adjustments when necessary. Dampers controlling the movement of air through the flue system were occasionally repositioned in order to regulate combustion within the ovens. This technical oversight demonstrates how the crematoria functioned as installations that required both physical labor and mechanical knowledge to maintain operational stability. Outside the buildings, the surrounding crematoria grounds also formed part of the daily routine. Guards patrolled the service roads connecting the crematoria to other areas of Birkenau, ensuring that the movement of personnel and prisoner labor detachments remained controlled. Vehicles sometimes traveled along these roads carrying equipment, administrative officials, or supplies needed for the functioning of the crematoria sector. The proximity of the crematoria to wooded areas along the edge of Birkenau created a landscape that differed from the central prisoner compounds of the camp. These wooded areas provided partial visual separation between the crematoria complexes and the rows of barracks located further inside the campgrounds. Nevertheless, the chimneys rising above the crematoria buildings remained visible from many points across Birkenau, marking the presence of the facilities within the broader camp landscape. Throughout the day, the activities inside the crematoria followed a rhythm shaped by the combination of mechanical processes and administrative oversight. Guards supervising the labor detachments ensured that the work progressed according to the instructions issued by SS authorities. Technical staff monitored the functioning of the furnaces and ventilation systems, intervening when necessary to maintain proper operation. Prisoner workers moved through the furnace halls and service corridors carrying out the physical tasks assigned to them. Each of these roles contributed to the ongoing functioning of the crematoria complexes as part of the infrastructure of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The continuous nature of these routines meant that the crematoria often remained active for extended periods, reflecting the demands placed upon the facilities by the broader system of deportation and imprisonment connected to the camp. As evening approached, the work routines inside the crematoria continued according to the schedules established by the SS administration. Prisoner labor detachments remained under guard supervision throughout their shifts, and the mechanical systems of the buildings continued to operate as long as the furnaces remained active. The lighting installed within the crematoria allowed work to continue even after daylight faded, illuminating the furnace halls and underground chambers where tasks were performed. Electric fixtures attached to ceilings and walls provided the necessary visibility for workers and supervisors to move through the interior spaces safely. The presence of this lighting system demonstrates how the crematoria were designed to function at any time of day, allowing operations to proceed regardless of natural light conditions. The environment within the crematoria during these hours was shaped by the heat of the furnaces and the sound of mechanical processes occurring within the buildings. Air moving through ventilation ducts created a steady background noise, while the furnaces themselves generated the sounds associated with combustion inside the refractory chambers. Workers carrying out their duties moved between the ovens, corridors, and service rooms under the watchful presence of guards. The combination of mechanical activity and human labor created an atmosphere that reflected the industrial character of the crematoria complexes within Birkenau. These daily routines continued until the SS administration ordered changes in operations or the labor detachments were dismissed for the end of their work period. When the tasks of the day were completed, the prisoner workers were escorted away from the crematoria buildings by guards and returned to the barracks where they were housed within Birkenau. The crematoria grounds remained under guard supervision even after the labor detachments departed, ensuring that the facilities remained secure. The furnaces and mechanical installations inside the buildings were monitored to ensure that they remained stable during periods when active work had paused. In this way, the crematoria complexes followed a daily cycle that reflected the administrative structure of Auschwitz. The combination of forced labor, mechanical operation, and SS supervision shaped the functioning of the buildings throughout each day. Today, the ruins of the crematoria at Birkenau stand silent within the memorial landscape that preserves the history of Auschwitz. The collapsed furnace halls, broken chimneys, and scattered fragments of brick and concrete no longer reveal the constant activity that once filled these spaces. Yet by examining historical records, survivor testimonies, and the architectural remains that survive, historians are able to reconstruct the routines that defined the daily operation of the crematoria complexes. These routines formed part of the larger system through which Auschwitz-Birkenau functioned during the years of its operation. Understanding the continuous operation of the crematoria, therefore, provides insight into how architecture, machinery, and administrative control combine to shape one of the most significant installations within the camp complex. Chapter 7, Segment 1. The organization of forced labor inside the crematoria. Within the crematoria complexes of Birkenau, the operation of the buildings depended heavily on forced prisoner labor organized through a system that reflected the broader labor structure of Auschwitz. The concentration camp system relied on prisoners to perform a wide range of tasks necessary to sustain the camp infrastructure, and the crematoria represented one of the most specialized environments within which such labor was organized. Prisoners assigned to work in these buildings were placed into units known as Sonderkommando detachments, groups that were specifically selected by the SS administration to carry out the duties connected with maintaining and operating the crematoria facilities. These detachments formed a distinct part of the camp's labor system, and their organization reveals how the SS authorities integrated prisoner labor into nearly every operational aspect of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The members of these units were drawn from the general prisoner population arriving at the camp. Selection for these detachments was controlled entirely by SS officers responsible for assigning labor across different sectors of Auschwitz. Once selected, prisoners assigned to the Sonderkommando were separated from most other prisoner work units and placed under strict supervision within the crematoria zones. Their work was closely tied to the mechanical systems and daily routines that kept the crematoria functioning, making them a permanent labor force connected to these buildings. The organization of the Sonderkommando units followed the same hierarchical principles that structured many other labor groups within the camp. At the top of the hierarchy were SS guards and supervisors who oversaw the entire crematoria sector. These guards maintained authority over the prisoner labor detachments and ensured that all tasks were carried out according to the instructions issued by camp officials. Beneath this level of supervision, prisoners within the Sonderkommando were often divided into smaller teams responsible for particular duties inside the crematoria complexes. Some groups worked within the furnace halls where the cremation ovens were located, while others were assigned to cleaning tasks, maintenance duties, or logistical activities connected to the operation of the buildings. The division of labor allowed the SS administration to manage the crematoria as functioning facilities where specific responsibilities were assigned to different prisoner teams. Although these prisoners performed the labor necessary for the operation of the crematoria, they remained completely under the control of the SS authorities who directed their work and movements. Living conditions for members of the Sonderkommando units differed in some respects from those experienced by the general prisoner population of Birkenau. Because their work was tied directly to the crematoria complexes located near the outer sectors of the camp, these prisoners were often housed in barracks situated closer to those buildings than the main compounds where most inmates lived. This arrangement allowed the SS to assemble the labor detachments quickly when work inside the crematoria was required. However, the proximity of these barracks to the crematoria zones also contributed to the isolation of the Sonderkommando units from other prisoners. The SS administration often maintained this separation deliberately, limiting interaction between these labor detachments and the broader camp population. Guards monitored the movements of Sonderkommando prisoners carefully, ensuring that they remained within the areas designated for their work or living quarters. The daily routine of the Sonderkommando began under guard supervision, similar to the routines experienced by other prisoner labor units throughout Auschwitz. Prisoners were assembled and escorted toward the crematoria buildings where they began the tasks assigned to them for the day. Inside the complexes, different teams carried out duties connected to the functioning of the furnace halls, underground chambers, and service rooms. The work was physically demanding and often required prisoners to move heavy materials, clean the facilities, and maintain the mechanical systems installed within the buildings. These activities took place within the environment of the crematoria complexes, which were structured around the architectural layout and industrial equipment described in earlier sections of this documentary. Guards and supervisors remained present during these work routines, ensuring that the labor detachments followed instructions and that the crematoria facilities continued operating according to the administrative directives of the camp. One of the defining characteristics of the Sonderkommando units was the limited autonomy they possessed within the camp system. Unlike certain prisoner labor detachments assigned to industrial factories or agricultural work outside the main camp fences, the Sonderkommando remained confined to the crematoria zones of Birkenau. Their work and living arrangements were tightly regulated by the SS administration, and their movements were restricted to specific areas within the camp complex. This isolation reinforced the authority of the guards supervising the crematoria sector and ensured that the labor detachments remained focused on the tasks assigned to them. Despite these restrictions, the prisoners within the Sonderkommando developed their own internal forms of organization in order to carry out the demanding work required of them. Some prisoners who had previous experience with mechanical systems or technical trades were sometimes placed in roles involving maintenance or repair of equipment inside the crematoria buildings. Others performed general labor tasks such as cleaning, transporting materials, or assisting with logistical activities connected to the operation of the facilities. The existence of these specialized roles demonstrates how the labor structure within the crematoria units adapted to the practical needs of maintaining the buildings and machinery installed there. Even though the SS administration maintained strict control over the units, the prisoners themselves played an active role in performing the work that kept the crematoria functioning day after day. The presence of the Sonderkommando units also illustrates how the Nazi concentration camp system relied extensively on forced labor to sustain its infrastructure. Across Auschwitz-Birkenau, thousands of prisoners worked in construction projects, factories, warehouses, and agricultural fields. The crematoria detachments represented a specialized branch of this labor system, one that was closely tied to the operational processes occurring within those particular buildings. By assigning prisoners to these roles, the SS administration integrated forced labor into the mechanical and logistical operations of the crematoria complexes. This practice reflected the broader pattern within the camp system where prisoners were compelled to perform the work necessary to maintain the institutions that imprisoned them. The experiences of prisoners assigned to the Sonderkommando units later became an important part of the historical record of Auschwitz. A small number of individuals who had been forced to work within these detachments survived the war and later provided testimony describing the structure and routines of the crematoria complexes. Their accounts have helped historians understand how the labor system inside these buildings operated and how the prisoners organized their work under SS supervision. These testimonies also provide insight into the daily realities faced by members of the Sonderkommando, revealing how they navigated the environment of the crematoria complexes while performing the duties imposed upon them by the camp authorities. Today, the history of these labor detachments forms a significant part of the interpretation presented at the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site. Visitors who walk through the ruins of the crematoria often learn about the prisoners who were forced to work within these buildings and the roles they played in maintaining the facilities. The remains of the crematoria structures stand as physical reminders of the system of forced labor that once operated there. By examining the organization of the Sonderkommando units, historians are able to understand more clearly how the crematoria functioned within the broader structure of Auschwitz-Birkenau and how prisoner labor became intertwined with the operation of these facilities. Chapter 7, Segment 2. Life and Isolation of the Sonderkommando units. Within the structure of Auschwitz-Birkenau, the prisoners assigned to the Sonderkommando units lived under conditions that were both connected to and separated from the broader prisoner population. Their work inside the crematoria complexes placed them in a unique position within the labor system of the camp. While thousands of other prisoners were assigned to construction projects, industrial factories, agricultural labor, and maintenance duties across the campgrounds, the Sonderkommando detachments operated almost entirely within the specific environment of the crematoria zones. This specialization created a situation in which these prisoners experienced a form of isolation shaped by both the location of their work and the administrative decisions of the SS authorities who managed the camp. Their barracks were typically located near the crematoria buildings themselves, allowing the SS to quickly assemble the labor detachments whenever work was required. At the same time, this proximity reinforced the separation between the Sonderkommando and the general prisoner population living in other parts of Birkenau. The camp itself was enormous, containing multiple sectors filled with rows of wooden barracks that stretched across the flat terrain of southern Poland. Within these sectors, prisoners lived in crowded conditions where daily routines were structured around roll calls, work assignments, and the strict rules imposed by the SS administration. For most prisoners, the rhythm of life in the camp included marching to and from labor sites located across Birkenau or beyond the perimeter fences. The Sonderkommando units followed a different pattern because their work was tied directly to the crematoria complexes located near the edges of the campgrounds. Their movements were therefore concentrated within a smaller geographical area that included the crematoria buildings, nearby service roads, and the barracks where they were housed. Guards supervised these movements closely, ensuring that members of the Sonderkommando remained within the designated zones assigned to them. The isolation of the Sonderkommando was not only geographical but also social. The SS administration often restricted contact between these prisoners and other labor detachments within the camp. This restriction served several purposes from the perspective of the authorities. By limiting interaction between the Sonderkommando and the wider prisoner population, The SS reduced the possibility that information about activities within the crematoria might circulate freely among inmates. The separation also reinforced the hierarchical structure that governed the organization of labor units throughout Auschwitz. Each detachment was assigned a specific role within the camp system, and the Sonderkommando units represented one of the most specialized groups within that structure. Their work environment and living conditions therefore reflected the administrative logic that shaped the operation of the camp as a whole. Despite this separation, the Sonderkommando units remained part of the broader prisoner society that existed within Auschwitz-Birkenau. Prisoners working in nearby labor details sometimes observed members of the Sonderkommando as they moved between their barracks and the crematoria buildings under guard supervision. These brief encounters offered glimpses of a labor detachment whose work remained largely hidden from the daily routines of most prisoners. Survivor accounts describe how the sight of Sonderkommando units passing through certain areas of the camp created an awareness among some prisoners that special activities were taking place in the crematoria zones. However, the strict control maintained by guards and the isolation imposed by the camp administration meant that direct communication between these groups remained limited. The internal life of the Sonderkommando detachments was shaped by the shared experience of working within the crematoria complexes. Members of these units relied on one another as they carried out the demanding tasks assigned to them by the SS supervisors. Cooperation between prisoners became essential for completing the work required inside the buildings. Teams developed routines for handling equipment, maintaining the furnace halls, and performing the logistical tasks connected to the functioning of the crematoria. Although these routines were imposed by the SS administration, the prisoners themselves often organized their efforts in ways that allowed them to carry out the work more efficiently. This internal cooperation created a sense of collective identity among members of the Sonderkommando, who shared the same work environment and lived in the same barracks near the crematoria sector. The barracks where the Sonderkommando units were housed reflected the general conditions experienced by prisoners throughout Birkenau. Wooden structures lined with bunks provided basic shelter, while minimal facilities were available for washing and other daily needs. Food rations were distributed according to the same administrative system that supplied the broader camp population. However, because the Sonderkommando units were closely tied to the crematoria sector, their routines often differed slightly from those of other prisoners. Their work schedules were determined by the operational requirements of the crematoria rather than by the broader labor assignments that governed other sectors of the camp. Guards responsible for supervising the crematoria ensured that the prisoners assigned to these units remained available whenever their labor was required. Another aspect of life within the Sonderkommando detachments involved the constant presence of SS guards and supervisors. These guards monitored the prisoners during their work inside the crematoria buildings and during their movements between the barracks and the work sites. The authority of the guards was reinforced by the broader security structure of Birkenau, which included watchtowers, patrol routes, and fences that surrounded the camp complex. This environment ensured that the Sonderkommando units remained under continuous observation. The strict supervision imposed by the SS reflected the importance placed on maintaining control over these specialized labor detachments. From the perspective of the camp administration, the crematoria represented facilities that required constant oversight, and the prisoners assigned to work there were therefore monitored closely. Historical records and survivor testimonies have provided valuable insights into the experiences of the Sonderkommando units. A small number of individuals who survived the war later described the routines, relationships, and challenges that shaped life within these detachments. Their accounts reveal how prisoners attempted to support one another while navigating the harsh conditions imposed by the camp authorities. These testimonies also demonstrate how the isolation of the Sonderkommando units created a distinct social environment within Auschwitz-Birkenau. While other prisoners experienced the camp primarily through labor assignments and barracks life within the central sectors of Birkenau, The Sonderkommando units spent much of their time within the crematoria complexes located along the perimeter of the camp. Today, the story of the Sonderkommando forms an essential part of the historical interpretation presented at the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site. Visitors walking through the ruins of the crematoria often encounter exhibits and information panels that explain the role these prisoners were forced to play within the camp system. The remains of the barracks once used by these units have largely disappeared, but the locations where they once stood can still be identified through historical maps and archaeological research. By studying these sites alongside survivor testimonies and archival documents, historians have been able to reconstruct aspects of daily life within the Sonderkommando detachments. Their experiences highlight the ways in which the SS administration organized labor within the crematoria complexes while isolating these prisoners from the wider population of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Chapter 7, Segment 3: Resistance and Testimony within the Sonderkommando. Despite the strict control imposed by the SS administration and the isolation in which the Sonderkommando units were kept, evidence from historical records and survivor testimony shows that acts of resistance and efforts to document what was happening inside the crematoria did occur. These actions were extremely dangerous and took place under circumstances where prisoners were constantly watched by guards and supervisors. The crematoria complexes were among the most tightly controlled areas of Auschwitz-Birkenau, and the labor detachments working inside them were carefully monitored to ensure that the facilities continued operating according to the instructions of the camp administration. Yet, even within this environment, some prisoners found ways to resist, record, or reveal aspects of the system in which they had been forced to work. These actions did not resemble large-scale military resistance. Instead, they often took the form of quiet acts intended to preserve evidence or communicate information beyond the boundaries of the crematoria sector. One of the most significant forms of resistance carried out by members of the Sonderkommando involved the effort to document what they were witnessing. Several prisoners secretly wrote accounts describing the daily routines and structures of the crematoria complexes. Because these writings placed their authors in extreme danger if discovered, they were hidden carefully within the grounds surrounding the crematoria buildings. In some cases, these documents were buried in metal containers or wrapped in protective materials before being concealed in the soil near the ruins or foundations of the crematoria structures. The intention behind these hidden writings was clear. The prisoners hoped that if they did not survive the war, the documents might one day be discovered and provide a record of what had taken place inside the camp. Decades after the war, some of these buried testimonies were indeed found by researchers examining the grounds of Birkenau. These documents, sometimes referred to as the Scrolls of Auschwitz, remain among the most direct written accounts produced by prisoners who had been forced to work within the crematoria complexes. The effort to record testimony represented a remarkable act of courage given the conditions in which these prisoners lived. Members of the Sonderkommando were aware that the SS administration attempted to control information about the crematoria and limit knowledge of the operations taking place there. Writing secret accounts and hiding them within the campgrounds required careful planning and cooperation among prisoners who trusted one another. The process of writing these documents often took place during brief moments when prisoners could avoid immediate observation by guards. Pieces of paper and writing materials had to be obtained discreetly, sometimes with the assistance of other prisoners working in administrative areas of the camp. Once written, the texts were folded, sealed, and hidden in locations where the authors believed they might remain undiscovered until after the war. These documents later became invaluable historical sources, providing detailed descriptions of the structure of the crematoria buildings and the routines carried out inside them. In addition to documenting their experiences, members of the Sonderkommando also participated in acts of organized resistance. The most significant example occurred in October 1944, when prisoners assigned to the crematoria complexes carried out an uprising within Birkenau. Planning for this event had developed gradually through secret communication between members of the Sonderkommando and other prisoner groups working elsewhere in the camp. These prisoners shared information about the conditions within the crematoria and discussed possible ways to challenge the authority of the SS guards supervising their work. Because the crematoria buildings contained mechanical equipment and were located near storage areas, prisoners believed that they might be able to disrupt the operation of the facilities by attacking the guards and damaging the structures themselves. The uprising that eventually took place on October 7, 1944, involved prisoners working in Crematorium IV at Birkenau. Members of the Sonderkommando launched an attack on the guards supervising the building and set fire to parts of the crematorium structure. During the confrontation, several SS guards were killed or injured as the prisoners attempted to escape the crematoria sector. The uprising created a brief moment of confusion within the camp, and flames rising from the damaged building could be seen from nearby areas of Birkenau. However, the revolt was quickly suppressed by SS forces who responded to the disturbance. Many of the prisoners involved in the uprising were killed during the confrontation or executed shortly afterward. Although the uprising did not succeed in breaking the control of the SS administration over the camp, it remains one of the most significant acts of resistance carried out by prisoners within Auschwitz-Birkenau. The October 1944 revolt demonstrated that even under conditions of extreme control and surveillance, prisoners continued to search for ways to resist the system that had imprisoned them. The participation of the Sonderkommando in this uprising was particularly notable because of the isolation in which these prisoners lived. Despite the restrictions imposed by the SS authorities, they managed to establish communication with other prisoners and coordinate their actions in secrecy. The revolt also revealed the determination of these prisoners to challenge the authority of the camp administration, even when the chances of success were extremely limited. Historical research into the uprising has drawn upon survivor testimonies, SS records, and the physical remains of the crematoria buildings themselves. The ruins of Crematorium IV still show evidence of the destruction that occurred during the revolt, including collapsed sections of wall and structural damage caused by the fire set during the uprising. These physical traces connect the historical accounts of the revolt with the landscape of Birkenau as it exists today. Visitors walking through the memorial site can see the remains of the building where the uprising began, providing a visual reminder of the resistance carried out by the prisoners who once worked there. The acts of documentation and resistance carried out by members of the Sonderkommando have become an essential part of the historical understanding of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Without the testimonies hidden by these prisoners and the accounts later provided by survivors, much less would be known about the internal functioning of the crematoria complexes. Their writings and actions ensured that evidence of what occurred inside the camp would survive beyond the destruction of the buildings themselves. These records continue to inform historical research, museum exhibitions, and educational programs dedicated to preserving the memory of the Holocaust. Today, historians study the documents left behind by members of the Sonderkommando alongside other archival sources to reconstruct the history of the crematoria and the experiences of the prisoners forced to work there. The courage required to produce these records under the conditions of Auschwitz remains one of the most powerful examples of resistance within the camp. By risking their lives to document what they witnessed, these prisoners ensured that future generations would have access to first-hand testimony about the structures, routines, and events that unfolded inside the crematoria complexes of Birkenau. Chapter 8, Segment 1. The Industrial System of Crematoria at Birkenau. By the time the crematoria complexes at Birkenau were fully operational, they had become part of a broader industrial structure embedded within the Auschwitz camp system. Birkenau itself had developed into a vast complex consisting of barracks compounds, administrative offices, workshops, guard towers, rail infrastructure, storage depots, and mechanical installations that together formed one of the largest concentration camp environments created during the Second World War. The crematoria were constructed as part of this expanding infrastructure, and their design reflected the same principles of organization, engineering, and administrative planning that shaped other facilities across the camp. Although they served a distinct purpose within the system, their operation followed patterns that were similar to those found in industrial environments where machinery, labor, and administrative control were integrated into a coordinated process. Understanding the crematoria therefore requires viewing them not as isolated buildings but as components within a wider network of facilities that define the landscape of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The development of Birkenau began in 1941 when German authorities decided to expand the Auschwitz camp complex beyond the original concentration camp established in the nearby Polish town of Auschwitz. Large areas of farmland and forest were cleared to create the new campgrounds, and construction teams began building rows of wooden barracks across the flat terrain. At the same time, engineers working under the SS Central Construction Office designed roads, drainage systems, railway lines, and service buildings that would support the functioning of the expanded camp. As Birkenau grew in size, the SS administration incorporated various types of infrastructure into the complex, including facilities for storing confiscated property, workshops for repairing equipment, and administrative offices for managing the camp population. Within this expanding environment, the crematoria complexes were introduced as specialized installations designed to operate alongside the other structures that define the camp system. The crematoria themselves were constructed between 1942 and 1943 as part of the second major phase of Birkenau's expansion. Earlier facilities had already existed at Auschwitz I, but the scale of operations at Birkenau required larger and more complex buildings. Engineers designed for major crematoria structures that combined underground chambers, furnace halls, ventilation systems, and chimneys into single architectural units. These buildings were positioned along the edges of the Birkenau compound, near wooded areas that separated the camp from the surrounding countryside. Service roads connected the crematoria to other parts of the camp, allowing guards, administrative personnel, and prisoner labor detachments to move between the buildings and nearby sectors of Birkenau. The location of the crematoria at the perimeter of the camp reflected planning decisions intended to integrate these facilities into the wider infrastructure while maintaining control over access to the area. The operation of the crematoria relied heavily on mechanical systems and prisoner labor working together under SS supervision. The furnaces installed inside the crematoria were manufactured by specialized companies that produced cremation ovens for civilian use before the war. These ovens were adapted for installation within the larger crematoria buildings at Birkenau, where multiple furnace units were arranged in rows within the furnace halls. Flue channels connected the ovens to tall brick chimneys that carried smoke away from the buildings. Ventilation ducts circulated air through the interior spaces, helping maintain conditions necessary for the operation of the furnaces. Maintaining these mechanical systems required regular maintenance carried out by prisoner labor detachments known as the Sonderkommando, who were forced to perform the tasks necessary to keep the facilities operating. The combination of machinery, architecture, and labor created an environment that resembled an industrial installation within the broader camp complex. From the perspective of the SS administration, the crematoria formed part of the logistical system that connected transportation, administration, and infrastructure within Auschwitz-Birkenau. Deportation trains arriving at the railway ramp inside the camp brought prisoners from across occupied Europe. Administrative procedures determined how individuals from these transports were processed within the camp system, and the crematoria became one of the facilities linked to these processes. The SS officials responsible for overseeing the camp treated the crematoria as installations requiring continuous supervision and maintenance, similar to other facilities within the complex. Guards monitored the surrounding grounds, technical personnel inspected mechanical systems, and prisoner labor detachments carried out the physical tasks associated with maintaining the buildings. These routines reflected the bureaucratic structure that governed the entire camp system, where each facility was managed according to administrative procedures established by the SS authorities. The industrial character of the crematoria was also visible in the physical environment surrounding the buildings. Service roads ran between the crematoria and nearby sectors of Birkenau, allowing vehicles to transport equipment, materials, and personnel between different parts of the camp. The chimneys rising above the crematoria buildings could be seen from across the open fields of Birkenau, standing alongside the watchtowers and rows of barracks that define the camp landscape. Electrical systems installed within the crematoria provided lighting for interior rooms, allowing work to continue regardless of daylight conditions. Water supply lines and drainage systems connected the buildings to the broader infrastructure of the camp, ensuring that the facilities could function within the network of utilities supporting the entire complex. These features demonstrate how the crematoria were integrated into the engineering framework that underpinned the operation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The scale of the camp complex also influenced how the crematoria functioned within the system. Birkenau was divided into multiple sectors, each containing hundreds of barracks that housed thousands of prisoners. Roads and pathways connected these sectors to administrative offices near the entrance gate, while railway lines allowed trains to enter the camp directly through the central gate tower. The crematoria complexes stood near the outer boundaries of this environment, linked to the railway ramp and other sectors by a network of service roads. Guards patrolled these roads and maintained watch from towers along the perimeter fences, ensuring that movement within the camp followed the patterns established by the SS administration. Within this controlled environment, the crematoria operated as facilities embedded in the larger geography of Birkenau. Today, the remains of the crematoria complexes form one of the most significant areas within the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site. When the SS evacuated the camp in January 1945, they attempted to destroy several crematoria buildings in order to conceal evidence of their operation. Explosions damaged the structures and collapsed sections of the furnace halls and chimneys. As a result, visitors walking through the memorial site today see the crematoria mostly as ruins scattered across the fields near the edges of Birkenau. Broken concrete slabs, exposed brick foundations, and fragments of flue channels reveal traces of the buildings that once stood there. Despite this destruction, the layout of the crematoria complexes can still be identified through archaeological research and historical documentation. The ruins provide physical evidence of how the crematoria were integrated into the infrastructure of Auschwitz-Birkenau. By studying these remains alongside architectural plans, administrative records, and survivor testimony, historians have been able to reconstruct the industrial system that once operated within the crematoria complexes. These investigations reveal how architecture, engineering, forced labor, and administrative control combined to create facilities that functioned within the broader structure of the Nazi concentration camp system. Understanding the crematoria in this context helps explain how they formed part of the organized environment of Birkenau, where transportation networks, mechanical installations, and camp administration were brought together within a single landscape shaped by the policies of the Nazi regime. Chapter 8, Segment 2. The crematoria within the landscape of Birkenau. The crematoria complexes at Birkenau were not isolated buildings standing apart from the rest of the camp. Instead, they formed part of a carefully organized landscape that had been designed to support the functioning of Auschwitz as a vast and structured system. When the Birkenau camp was constructed beginning in 1941, engineers and planners working under the SS Central Construction Office laid out the camp across open farmland near the village of Brzezinka. The terrain was relatively flat, which allowed the planners to divide the space into large rectangular sectors connected by wide roads and railway lines. Rows of wooden barracks stretched across these sectors in carefully aligned formations, while fences, watchtowers, and guard roads marked the boundaries of the camp. Within this environment, different types of facilities were positioned in specific zones depending on their function within the camp system. Administrative offices were located near the main entrance gate, Prisoner barracks occupied the central sections of the compound, storage areas and workshops were placed along service roads, and the crematoria complexes were built near the outer edges of the campgrounds. This arrangement reflected the planning decisions that shaped Birkenau as one of the largest concentration camp environments created by the Nazi regime. The placement of the crematoria along the perimeter of Birkenau was deliberate. These buildings were positioned close to wooded areas that bordered the camp and separated it from the surrounding countryside. The presence of trees and uneven ground in these areas provided a degree of visual shielding from certain angles within the camp itself. At the same time, the crematoria remained connected to the central sectors of Birkenau through service roads that allowed guards, administrators, and prisoner labor detachments to move between different parts of the camp. These roads formed part of the broader transportation network within Birkenau, linking the crematoria complexes to the railway ramp where deportation transports arrived and to other facilities located across the campgrounds. The result was a layout in which the crematoria were integrated into the infrastructure of the camp while still occupying distinct zones near the perimeter. From many areas within Birkenau, the chimneys of the crematoria could be seen rising above the buildings and trees along the edge of the camp. These chimneys became part of the visual landscape that defined the environment of Birkenau during the years of its operation. Prisoners walking along the wide gravel roads between barracks could often see the chimneys in the distance, standing alongside watchtowers and other structures that marked the boundaries of the camp. The presence of these chimneys reinforced the sense that Birkenau was not simply a collection of barracks but a complex environment filled with multiple types of infrastructure. Railway lines, drainage ditches, water supply pipes, and electrical cables all formed part of the network that supported the camp's operation. The crematoria complexes were one element within this larger system, connected to the same roads, utilities, and administrative structures that served other facilities throughout the camp. The surrounding landscape also influenced how the crematoria functioned within Birkenau. The flat terrain allowed guards stationed in watchtowers to observe large sections of the camp from elevated positions. These towers were placed at regular intervals along the fences surrounding Birkenau, giving the SS administration a continuous line of observation across the compound. From these towers, guards could monitor the roads leading toward the crematoria and observe movements of prisoner labor detachments assigned to work in those areas. The visibility created by the open terrain, therefore, contributed to the strict supervision that defined daily life in the camp. Even in sectors near the wooded edges where the crematoria stood, the presence of guard towers and patrol roads ensured that the facilities remained under constant observation by the SS authorities. The relationship between the crematoria and the railway ramp at Birkenau also played an important role in shaping the camp landscape. When the railway spur was extended into Birkenau in 1944, trains carrying deported prisoners were able to enter directly through the central gate tower and unload passengers inside the compound itself. The ramp where these trains stopped was located relatively close to the crematoria zones, connected by roads that allowed groups of prisoners to be moved through the camp according to administrative decisions made during the arrival procedures. The proximity of the crematoria to the railway ramp reflected the logistical planning that characterized the development of Birkenau. Planners sought to organize the camp in ways that allowed different stages of processing to occur efficiently within the same environment. Roads, pathways, and open ground spaces created routes through which large groups of people could be directed under guard supervision. This network of movement connected the arrival area of the camp to other sectors, including the crematoria complexes situated near the perimeter. At the same time, the crematoria zones themselves were separated from the central prisoner compounds by stretches of open ground and clusters of trees. This separation created a distinct area within Birkenau where the crematoria buildings stood apart from the rows of barracks that housed the majority of the camp population. Prisoner labor detachments working in other parts of Birkenau often saw the crematoria chimneys from a distance but rarely entered the zones where the buildings were located. Guards supervising the crematoria sector maintained strict control over access to these areas, ensuring that only authorized personnel and labor detachments could approach the buildings. The spatial separation therefore reinforced the administrative control exercised by the SS authorities over the crematoria complexes. The landscape surrounding Birkenau also included farmland and rural villages that existed before the construction of the camp. When the Nazis established the Auschwitz complex, they expelled local residents from many of these villages and incorporated the land into the camp zone. Fields and forests surrounding Birkenau were therefore transformed into part of the controlled environment of the concentration camp system. The crematoria complexes stood near the edges of this zone, where the camp boundary met the countryside beyond the fences. From certain vantage points outside the camp, the chimneys of the crematoria could be seen rising above the trees and buildings of Birkenau. These views connected the facilities inside the camp to the broader landscape of occupied Poland. Today, the remains of the crematoria complexes can still be seen within the preserved grounds of the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site. Visitors walking through the camp often follow the same gravel roads that once connected the barrack sectors to the crematoria zones. The ruins of the crematoria appear as broken walls, collapsed concrete slabs, and fragments of brick chimneys scattered across the grassy fields near the edge of the former camp compound. Although the buildings themselves were largely destroyed in the final days before the liberation of Auschwitz in January 1945, the outlines of their foundations remain visible. The surrounding trees and open ground preserve the basic layout of the landscape that once defined the crematoria sector of Birkenau. By studying this landscape alongside historical documents and architectural plans, historians have been able to reconstruct how the crematoria fit into the broader geography of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The preserved terrain reveals the distances between the railway ramp, the barracks compounds, and the crematoria complexes, helping modern observers understand how movement through the camp was organized. The landscape itself therefore serves as a historical record, allowing the story of Birkenau and its crematoria to be understood not only through written documents but also through the physical space where these events took place. Chapter 8, Segment 3: Destruction of the Crematoria and the End of Operations. As the Second World War entered its final phase in late 1944 and early 1945, the situation within the Auschwitz complex began to change rapidly. The military position of Nazi Germany was deteriorating on multiple fronts, and the Soviet army was advancing westward across Eastern Europe. This changing military situation gradually influenced the administration of Auschwitz-Birkenau and the decisions made by SS authorities responsible for managing the camp. Facilities that had once operated continuously, including the crematoria complexes at Birkenau, became part of a broader effort by the SS leadership to conceal evidence of the camp's operations before the arrival of advancing Soviet forces. The crematoria therefore entered a final stage in their history in which their functioning began to slow. Their structures were deliberately damaged, and the buildings themselves were partially destroyed in an attempt to erase traces of what had taken place within them. By the autumn of 1944, the SS administration had already begun altering aspects of the crematoria operations. Deportation transports arriving at Auschwitz had decreased compared to earlier periods, and some crematoria buildings were no longer used in the same way they had been during the peak years of the camp's activity. One of the crematoria complexes, Crematorium IV, had already been damaged during the prisoner uprising carried out by members of the Sonderkommando in October 1944. During that revolt, prisoners attacked SS guards and set fire to the building, causing significant structural damage. After the uprising was suppressed, the SS authorities decided not to fully repair the building. As a result, Crematorium IV remained partially destroyed and no longer functioned as part of the crematoria system at Birkenau. This event marked one of the first visible signs that the crematoria complexes were entering a period of decline as the war approached its final months. At the same time, SS leaders responsible for the administration of Auschwitz began to consider the possibility that the camp might eventually be abandoned. orders were issued to begin destroying certain records connected to camp operations. Documents were burned, files were removed, and attempts were made to eliminate evidence that might reveal the scale and structure of the camp system. Within this broader effort to conceal evidence, the crematoria complexes became particularly important targets. Because the buildings had served as central facilities within Birkenau, their destruction was seen by the SS as a way to remove physical proof of how the camp had functioned. Plans were therefore developed to dismantle or demolish the crematoria before Soviet forces could reach the area. As Soviet troops continued to advance westward in January 1945, the SS administration began evacuating large sections of the Auschwitz camp population. Thousands of prisoners were forced to leave the camp on marches toward locations further inside German-controlled territory. These evacuations, later known as death marches, removed many inmates from the camp complex in an attempt to prevent them from being liberated by the approaching Soviet army. At the same time, SS personnel prepared to abandon the camp itself. Guards and administrators began withdrawing from Birkenau while carrying out final efforts to destroy key installations within the complex. The crematoria buildings became part of this process of destruction. Explosives were placed within the structures in order to collapse their walls, chimneys, and interior installations. In January 1945, several crematoria complexes were blown up by the retreating SS forces. The explosions caused significant damage to the buildings, collapsing furnace halls and scattering fragments of concrete and brick across the surrounding ground. The chimneys that had once risen high above the crematoria roofs fell or were shattered by the blasts. Underground chambers collapsed as their ceilings gave way under the force of the explosions. These acts of demolition transformed the crematoria buildings into ruins within a matter of hours. The intention behind this destruction was clear. By demolishing the structures, the SS leadership hoped to eliminate physical evidence that might later be used to reconstruct how the facilities had functioned. However, the destruction was incomplete. Although the explosions caused severe damage, they did not completely erase the crematoria from the landscape of Birkenau. Large sections of concrete floors remained intact, and fragments of furnace installations were left scattered among the debris. Portions of flue channels and ventilation shafts could still be identified within the collapsed walls. The foundations of the buildings continued to mark the outlines of the crematoria complexes even after their upper structures had been destroyed. These surviving elements later proved crucial for historians and investigators attempting to understand how the crematoria had been constructed and operated. When Soviet forces reached Auschwitz on January 27, 1945, they found a camp that had already been largely abandoned by the SS administration. Thousands of prisoners who had been too weak to join the evacuation marches remained within the campgrounds, and the crematoria complexes at Birkenau lay in ruins across the fields near the edge of the compound. The Soviet soldiers who entered the camp encountered the remains of the destroyed buildings alongside abandoned barracks, warehouses filled with confiscated belongings, and documents left behind by the retreating SS personnel. The ruins of the crematoria quickly became one of the most significant physical pieces of evidence revealing how Auschwitz-Birkenau had functioned. In the years following the war, investigators examining the site studied the remains of the crematoria complexes in order to document their structure and purpose. Architectural drawings, SS construction records, and survivor testimonies were compared with the ruins scattered across the Birkenau landscape. Through these investigations, researchers were able to reconstruct the layout of the crematoria buildings and understand how the various rooms, furnace halls, and mechanical systems had once been arranged. Even though the SS had attempted to destroy the buildings, enough structural elements remained to allow historians to identify the key features of the complexes. These investigations played an important role in the historical documentation of Auschwitz and were later used as evidence in post-war trials of individuals involved in the administration of the camp. Today, The ruins of the crematoria remain one of the most powerful parts of the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site. Visitors walking through the area where the buildings once stood encounter broken walls, collapsed concrete slabs, and fragments of chimneys scattered across grassy fields. The outlines of the crematoria foundations are still visible, allowing observers to see where the structures once rose above the ground. Informational displays and historical markers explain the history of these buildings and the efforts made by the SS to destroy them before the liberation of the camp. The ruins stand as silent witnesses to the final phase of the crematoria's existence and the attempts to erase the evidence of their operation. Despite the destruction carried out in January 1945, the crematoria complexes continue to occupy a central place in the historical memory of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Their ruins form part of the preserved landscape that allows visitors and historians to understand how the camp once functioned. By examining these remains alongside historical records and survivor testimonies, researchers have been able to reconstruct the final days of the crematoria and the efforts made to conceal their history. The destruction of the buildings therefore represents not the end of their story, but the beginning of a long process of investigation and remembrance that continues at the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site today. Chapter 9, Segment 1. Liberation and the discovery of the crematoria ruins. By January 1945, the Auschwitz camp complex stood on the edge of collapse as the war in Europe approached its final phase. The Soviet army had begun advancing across Poland during the winter offensive of that year, pushing German forces westward and moving steadily toward the region where Auschwitz and Birkenau were located. Within the camp, SS authorities were already preparing for evacuation and withdrawal. In the weeks leading up to the arrival of Soviet troops, thousands of prisoners were forced to leave the camp on long marches toward locations deeper within German-controlled territory. These evacuations removed a large portion of the prisoner population from Auschwitz-Birkenau, but many inmates remained behind, either because they were too weak to travel or because the evacuation process had not been completed before the Soviet forces reached the area. At the same time, SS personnel began abandoning the camp and destroying certain installations in an attempt to eliminate evidence of how the camp had functioned. Among the structures targeted during this final phase were the crematoria complexes at Birkenau, several of which had been partially destroyed by explosives shortly before the SS withdrew from the campgrounds. When Soviet soldiers entered Auschwitz on January 27, 1945, they encountered a vast complex that had been largely emptied of its administrators, but still contained thousands of prisoners struggling to survive in the remaining barracks. The soldiers who arrived at the camp were part of the Red Army units advancing through southern Poland as part of a broader campaign against German forces retreating across the region. As they approached the gates of Auschwitz, they found barbed wire fences, watchtowers, and rows of wooden barracks extending across the snowy landscape. Many of the prisoners still inside the camp had endured months or years of imprisonment and were suffering from severe exhaustion, illness, and starvation. Medical teams accompanying the Soviet troops began providing assistance to these individuals, establishing field hospitals and organizing the evacuation of those who required urgent treatment. The liberation of Auschwitz marked one of the most significant moments in the final phase of the war in Europe, revealing the scale of the camp system that had operated there for several years. As Soviet soldiers and investigators began examining the grounds of Auschwitz-Birkenau, they discovered the ruins of the crematoria scattered across the fields near the edges of the Birkenau compound. These ruins were among the most striking features encountered during the early inspections of the camp. Broken concrete slabs, fragments of brick chimneys, and collapsed walls lay partially buried in snow and debris where the crematoria buildings had once stood. The destruction carried out by the SS only days earlier had transformed the structures into piles of rubble, but the outlines of the buildings remained visible across the landscape. Investigators walking through the area could identify the foundations of the crematoria complexes and trace the locations where furnace halls, underground chambers, and service corridors had previously existed. The presence of these ruins immediately raised questions about the purpose and operation of the buildings that had once occupied those locations. Soviet authorities quickly began documenting what they found within the Auschwitz complex. Photographs were taken of the ruins, and reports were written describing the structures and installations discovered across the campgrounds. Among the materials recovered during these early investigations were fragments of mechanical equipment associated with the crematoria. Pieces of furnace installations, flue channels, and ventilation systems remained scattered within the collapsed debris. These remnants provided important clues about the design of the buildings and the mechanical systems that had once operated inside them. At the same time, investigators discovered large quantities of documents and records that had been left behind when the SS evacuated the camp. Some of these documents included construction plans, administrative correspondence, and technical drawings related to the development of the crematoria complexes at Birkenau. The combination of physical ruins and surviving documentation allowed investigators to begin reconstructing how the crematoria had been designed and used within the Auschwitz system. Survivor testimony also played an important role in explaining what had taken place inside the crematoria complexes. Among the prisoners liberated at Auschwitz were individuals who had previously been forced to work in the crematoria as members of the Sonderkommando units. These survivors provided accounts describing the layout of the buildings, the mechanical equipment installed inside them, and the daily routines carried out by the labor detachments assigned to work there. Their testimonies helped investigators understand how the crematoria had functioned and how they were integrated into the broader infrastructure of Birkenau. The accounts provided by these survivors were often recorded soon after the liberation of the camp, while the physical ruins of the crematoria were still largely undisturbed. This timing allowed investigators to compare the descriptions given by survivors with the architectural remains visible on the ground. The early documentation of the crematoria ruins became part of a larger effort to record evidence of the Nazi concentration camp system before time and weather could alter the site further. Photographs taken during the first weeks after liberation show Soviet soldiers standing among the collapsed walls of the crematoria buildings, examining the remains of chimneys and furnace halls that had been destroyed during the SS retreat. These images later became important historical records illustrating the condition of the camp at the moment it was liberated. In addition to photographs, investigators produced sketches and maps identifying the locations of key structures within Birkenau, including the crematoria complexes along the perimeter of the campgrounds. These records helped establish the layout of the site and preserve information about the crematoria before further deterioration occurred. As the months following liberation passed, the ruins of the crematoria became an important focus for historical investigation and public awareness. Journalists, military investigators, and representatives of international organizations visited the camp to examine the evidence discovered there. Reports describing the crematoria complexes and their role within Auschwitz were published in newspapers and presented during early post-war inquiries into Nazi crimes. The ruins at Birkenau therefore became one of the earliest visible pieces of evidence revealing the scale and organization of the camp system. Although the SS had attempted to destroy the buildings before abandoning the camp, the remains left behind were sufficient to demonstrate that large crematoria installations had existed within the Birkenau compound. Today, the ruins discovered during those first investigations remain preserved as part of the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site. Visitors walking through the former campgrounds can still see the collapsed concrete slabs and broken brickwork that mark the locations of the crematoria complexes. Informational displays placed near the ruins explain the history of these buildings and the attempts made to destroy them during the final days of the war. The preservation of the crematoria ruins allows modern observers to understand how the physical landscape of Birkenau once contained facilities that played a central role in the operation of the camp. By examining these remains alongside historical documents and survivor testimonies, historians continue to deepen the understanding of how the crematoria were constructed, used, and ultimately destroyed as the war came to an end. Chapter 9, Segment 2. Post-war investigations and documentation of the crematoria. In the months following the liberation of Auschwitz in January 1945, the camp quickly became the focus of extensive investigations conducted by military authorities, historians, journalists, and legal officials attempting to document what had taken place there during the war. Among the most significant areas of interest were the ruins of the crematoria complexes located across the Birkenau section of the camp. Although the SS administration had attempted to destroy these buildings during their retreat, the remains scattered across the landscape still revealed important clues about how the crematoria had been constructed and how they had functioned. The broken concrete slabs, collapsed walls, fragments of furnace installations, and partially intact foundations provided investigators with physical evidence that could be studied alongside documentary records recovered from the camp. These early investigations formed part of a broader effort to gather information about the Nazi concentration camp system and to prepare evidence for the legal proceedings that would soon take place against those responsible for administering the camps. One of the first steps taken by investigators after the liberation was to survey the campgrounds and record the locations of major structures within Auschwitz-Birkenau. Teams of engineers and military personnel walked through the ruins of the crematoria complexes and produced detailed maps showing the outlines of the buildings that had once stood there. Even though much of the above-ground structure had been destroyed by explosives, the foundations of the crematoria remained visible in many places. These foundations allowed investigators to identify the size and layout of the buildings, including the positions of furnace halls, underground chambers, and chimney bases. The maps created during these early surveys became important reference documents that helped establish how the crematoria complexes had been arranged within the Birkenau camp system. At the same time, investigators collected physical evidence from the debris scattered across the crematoria ruins. Fragments of furnace installations, pieces of refractory brick lining, and sections of metal equipment were carefully examined in order to understand the mechanical systems that had once operated inside the buildings. These materials confirmed that large industrial cremation ovens had been installed in the crematoria halls before the structures were destroyed. Some components of ventilation systems and flue channels were also identified within the debris, demonstrating how the buildings had been designed to direct heat and gases through the chimney structures rising above the crematoria roofs. The examination of these mechanical fragments helped investigators reconstruct the technical features of the crematoria complexes, even though the buildings themselves had been heavily damaged during the SS retreat. In addition to studying the ruins themselves, investigators also searched for documents that might provide information about the construction and operation of the crematoria. During the hurried evacuation of Auschwitz, the SS administration had attempted to destroy large quantities of records connected to camp activities. However, not all documents were successfully removed or burned. In offices and storage rooms across the camp complex, investigators discovered files containing construction plans, correspondence between SS officials, and technical reports related to building projects carried out within Auschwitz-Birkenau. Among these documents were blueprints and engineering drawings prepared by the SS Central Construction Office showing the design of the crematoria buildings. These drawings included details about the placement of furnace installations, the layout of underground chambers, and the position of chimneys and ventilation systems within the structures. When compared with the ruins visible on the ground, the blueprints confirmed the architectural features of the crematoria complexes and provided a clearer understanding of how the buildings had originally appeared before their destruction. Survivor testimony also played an essential role in the post-war investigation of the crematoria. Among the prisoners liberated at Auschwitz were individuals who had been forced to work within the crematoria as members of the Sonderkommando units. These survivors provided detailed descriptions of the interior spaces of the buildings, explaining how the furnace halls were arranged and how the labor detachments carried out their tasks under SS supervision. Their testimonies were recorded by investigators soon after liberation, while the memory of events remained fresh. These accounts were especially valuable because they described parts of the crematoria that had been destroyed by explosives and were no longer visible in the ruins. By comparing the survivors' descriptions with the architectural drawings and the physical remains of the buildings, investigators were able to reconstruct a more complete picture of how the crematoria complexes had functioned. The evidence gathered during these early investigations soon became part of the legal cases prepared for the post-war trials of Nazi officials. During the Nuremberg trials and other proceedings held in the years after the war, documentation related to Auschwitz-Birkenau was presented in court to demonstrate the structure and operation of the concentration camp system. Photographs of the crematoria ruins taken shortly after liberation were shown as evidence illustrating the facilities that had existed within the Birkenau compound. Architectural drawings and construction documents recovered from SS offices were also introduced to explain how the crematoria had been built and integrated into the camp infrastructure. Survivor testimony describing the activities carried out inside the crematoria complexes provided further confirmation of the role these buildings had played within the camp system. Together, these forms of evidence helped establish the historical record of Auschwitz during the early years following the end of the war. The documentation produced during these investigations also laid the foundation for future historical research into the crematoria complexes. Historians studying the Holocaust later used the maps, photographs, and documents collected after liberation as primary sources for understanding how the crematoria had been designed and operated. Archaeological studies conducted at the Birkenau site in later decades also relied on these early records to identify the locations of structures that had been destroyed or altered by time. Through careful examination of the ruins and comparison with archival materials, researchers were able to confirm the positions of furnace halls, underground chambers, and chimney structures within the crematoria complexes. This research contributed to the broader effort to document the physical landscape of Auschwitz-Birkenau and preserve knowledge of how the camp functioned. Today, much of the information presented at the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site about the crematoria complexes is based on the evidence gathered during the post-war investigations. Visitors walking through the ruins can see informational displays explaining how the buildings were constructed and how their remains were studied after the liberation of the camp. Photographs taken by Soviet investigators in early 1945 are often displayed alongside architectural drawings recovered from SS archives, allowing visitors to compare the destroyed structures with the original plans used to build them. These materials help illustrate how historians and investigators pieced together the history of the crematoria despite the efforts made to destroy them before the end of the war. The post-war documentation of the crematoria therefore represents an essential chapter in the historical record of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Without the work carried out by investigators in the months and years following liberation, much less would be known about the design, operation, and destruction of these buildings. Their efforts ensured that even though the crematoria complexes had been reduced to ruins, the evidence necessary to understand their role within the camp system would be preserved for future generations. Chapter 9, Segment 3. The Crematoria in Historical Memory and Scholarship. In the decades following the end of the Second World War, the ruins of the crematoria at Birkenau gradually became central elements in the historical memory of Auschwitz and in the global effort to understand the mechanisms of the Holocaust. Although the buildings themselves had been severely damaged in January 1945, their remains continued to provide powerful physical evidence of the infrastructure that had existed within the camp complex. Broken concrete slabs, collapsed brick walls, and fragments of chimney bases remained scattered across the landscape of Birkenau, marking the locations where the crematoria complexes had once stood. These ruins became important sites for historians, investigators, and educators seeking to reconstruct how the camp functioned and how the facilities within it were integrated into the broader system created by the Nazi regime. Through the careful study of these remains, combined with archival research and survivor testimony, scholars were able to build a detailed understanding of the crematoria and their role within the Auschwitz camp complex. One of the first steps in this process was the preservation of the Birkenau campgrounds as a historical site. In 1947, the Polish government established the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum on the grounds of the former camp. The purpose of the museum was to preserve the physical remains of Auschwitz and Birkenau while also creating a place where the history of the camp system could be studied and presented to the public. The crematoria ruins quickly became some of the most significant features within this preserved landscape. Rather than attempting to reconstruct the destroyed buildings, authorities chose to leave the ruins largely as they had been found after the war. This decision allowed visitors to see the remnants of the structures in the condition created by the SS attempts to destroy them before the liberation of the camp. The broken foundations and collapsed concrete slabs therefore became part of the historical narrative presented at the memorial site. During the early years of the museum's operation, historians began conducting detailed research into the construction and operation of the crematoria complexes. This research relied on several types of historical evidence. Architectural drawings recovered from SS archives provided information about how the buildings had originally been designed. These documents included technical plans showing the placement of furnace installations, ventilation systems, and underground chambers within the crematoria structures. When compared with the ruins preserved at Birkenau, the drawings allowed researchers to identify the exact locations of different sections of the buildings. By aligning the architectural plans with the physical remains on the ground, historians were able to reconstruct the layout of the crematoria complexes even though the buildings themselves had been destroyed. Another important source of information came from survivor testimonies recorded after the war. A small number of individuals who had been forced to work inside the crematoria as members of the Sonderkommando survived and later described their experiences in interviews, written accounts, and legal testimonies. These survivors explained how the interior spaces of the crematoria were organized and how prisoner labor detachments carried out the tasks required to maintain the facilities. Their descriptions provided insight into areas of the buildings that had been completely destroyed by explosives and could no longer be examined directly. The testimonies also revealed details about daily routines within the crematoria complexes, including how prisoner labor was organized and how SS guards supervised operations within the buildings. Historians carefully compared these testimonies with the architectural records and physical ruins in order to verify the accuracy of the accounts and incorporate them into the broader historical narrative of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Over time, the crematoria ruins also became important sites for archaeological research. Archaeologists working at Birkenau conducted surveys and excavations around the remains of the buildings in order to identify additional structural elements that might still exist beneath the ground. These investigations revealed fragments of flue channels, drainage systems, and other components of the crematoria infrastructure that had survived the destruction of the buildings. By documenting these features, researchers were able to confirm aspects of the architectural plans preserved in the SS construction documents. Archaeological work also helped clarify the precise locations of underground chambers and service corridors within the crematoria complexes. The combination of archaeological evidence and historical documentation provided a more complete picture of how the buildings had been constructed and how they functioned within the camp system. As the decades passed, the crematoria ruins at Birkenau increasingly became places of remembrance and education. Visitors from around the world began traveling to the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site to learn about the history of the camp and the broader events of the Holocaust. Walking through the remains of the crematoria complexes allowed visitors to see firsthand the scale of the installations that had once existed there. The broken walls and collapsed chimneys standing across the open fields created a visual reminder of the structures that had played such a central role in the camp's operation. Informational displays placed near the ruins explained the historical significance of the crematoria and described how the buildings had been constructed, used, and ultimately destroyed during the final days of the war. Educational programs organized by the museum also emphasize the importance of preserving the crematoria ruins as historical evidence. Students, researchers, and visitors attending these programs learned about the architectural features of the buildings and the efforts made by historians to document their history. Guided tours often included visits to the crematoria sector, where guides explained how the facilities were integrated into the broader infrastructure of Birkenau. Through these educational activities, the crematoria ruins became not only physical remnants of the past, but also tools for teaching future generations about the history of Auschwitz and the wider events of the Holocaust. The scholarly study of the crematoria complexes has continued into the present day. Historians and researchers regularly examine archival materials related to the construction and administration of Auschwitz-Birkenau in order to deepen the understanding of how the camp functioned. Newly discovered documents and improved methods of archaeological analysis have allowed scholars to refine earlier interpretations of the crematoria buildings. Academic publications, museum exhibitions, and documentaries have presented these findings to wider audiences, ensuring that knowledge about the crematoria remains accessible to both researchers and the general public. Today, the crematoria ruins stand as some of the most significant physical evidence remaining from the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp complex. Their preservation within the memorial site allows visitors and historians alike to observe the remnants of structures that once formed part of a vast system of infrastructure. Although the buildings themselves were largely destroyed during the SS retreat, the ruins continue to convey the scale and organization of the facilities that existed there. Through decades of historical research, survivor testimony, and archaeological study, the story of the crematoria has become an essential part of the broader effort to document and remember the history of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Chapter 10, Segment 1. The crematoria as memorial ruins today. Today, the crematoria ruins at Birkenau exist not as functioning buildings, but as preserved remnants within one of the most important historical memorial landscapes in the world. After the end of the Second World War, the former campgrounds of Auschwitz and Birkenau gradually transformed from abandoned wartime sites into places dedicated to historical documentation, remembrance, and education. The crematoria complexes, which had once stood as large brick structures with towering chimneys and interconnected mechanical systems, were left largely in the condition created by their destruction in January 1945. When the SS administration evacuated the camp and attempted to conceal evidence of its operation, explosives collapsed many of the structures, leaving behind scattered fragments of brick, broken concrete slabs, and twisted metal components from the furnace systems. Rather than rebuilding these buildings or clearing away the ruins, the authorities responsible for preserving the site made the deliberate decision to keep the remains visible. This decision reflected an understanding that the ruins themselves carried historical meaning. The broken structures offered a direct connection to the events that had taken place there and allowed visitors to observe the physical traces of the crematoria within the landscape of Birkenau. Walking through the memorial site today, visitors encounter the crematoria as quiet ruins located near the edges of the vast former campgrounds. The path leading toward these remains often begins near the railway ramp that once served as the arrival point for deportation transports entering Birkenau. From this area, wide gravel roads extend across open fields where rows of barracks once housed thousands of prisoners. As visitors move toward the outer sectors of the camp, the terrain gradually opens into spaces where the crematoria buildings had been constructed during the camp's expansion in the early 1940s. The ruins appear in the distance as low shapes scattered across grassy ground, their collapsed walls and foundations marking the outlines of structures that once stood there. Even without standing walls or intact roofs, the scale of the crematoria complexes can still be understood through the size of the debris fields and the layout of the foundations that remain visible across the landscape. The preservation of these ruins required careful planning by the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum, which was established in 1947 to protect the site and present its history to the public. Conservation specialists working at the memorial site faced the challenge of stabilizing the crematoria remains while maintaining their authenticity as historical ruins. Weather, vegetation, and natural erosion all threatened to damage the fragile remains over time. As a result, conservation efforts focused on preventing further deterioration while avoiding reconstruction that might alter the historical appearance of the ruins. Broken concrete slabs were stabilized where necessary, vegetation was controlled so that tree roots would not damage buried structures, and pathways were created to guide visitors safely around the most delicate areas of the site. These efforts ensured that the crematoria ruins could be preserved as historical evidence while remaining accessible to those who came to learn about the history of Auschwitz-Birkenau. In addition to preserving the ruins themselves, the memorial site also includes informational displays that explain the historical significance of the crematoria complexes. These displays often present architectural drawings recovered from SS archives, photographs taken shortly after the liberation of the camp, and maps showing how the buildings were arranged within the Birkenau compound. By combining visual materials with written explanations, the exhibits help visitors understand what the crematoria once looked like before their destruction. Diagrams illustrate the layout of furnace halls, underground chambers, and chimney structures, allowing observers to compare the original design of the buildings with the ruins that remain today. This approach helps bridge the gap between the past and present by providing context for the fragments of architecture scattered across the ground. The crematoria ruins also serve as places of remembrance within the larger memorial landscape of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Visitors from many different countries walk through the area each year, often pausing quietly near the remains of the buildings. The silence that now surrounds the ruins contrasts sharply with the activity that once took place there during the years when the camp was operating. The open fields around the crematoria are often filled with the sound of wind moving through the grass and trees that now grow along the edges of the former campgrounds. This quiet environment encourages reflection and allows visitors to consider the historical events connected to the site. For many people, standing near the crematoria ruins becomes one of the most powerful moments during their visit to Auschwitz-Birkenau, because the physical remains of the structures provide a tangible connection to the past. Educational programs organized by the memorial site frequently include visits to the crematoria sector as part of guided tours and academic workshops. Students, researchers, and teachers often gather near the ruins to discuss the historical evidence that has been uncovered through decades of research. Guides explain how historians used architectural plans, archaeological studies, and survivor testimonies to reconstruct the history of the crematoria complexes. These discussions emphasize the importance of preserving the ruins as sources of historical knowledge as well as places of remembrance. By studying the remains of the buildings, visitors gain insight into how the infrastructure of Auschwitz-Birkenau was organized and how the crematoria were integrated into the wider system of the camp. The crematoria ruins also play an important role in international remembrance ceremonies held at Auschwitz-Birkenau. Each year, memorial events take place on January 27th to mark the anniversary of the liberation of the camp. During these ceremonies, survivors, government representatives, and visitors from around the world gather at various locations across the memorial site, including areas near the crematoria complexes. Wreaths, candles, and flowers are often placed near the ruins as part of acts of remembrance, honoring those who suffered and died within the camp system. These ceremonies demonstrate how the crematoria ruins have become symbols not only of historical evidence, but also of collective memory shared by communities across the world. Over time, the crematoria ruins have therefore come to represent more than the physical remains of destroyed buildings. They serve as reminders of the events that took place at Auschwitz-Birkenau and as places where the history of the Holocaust continues to be studied and remembered. The decision to preserve the ruins rather than reconstruct them allows visitors to see the site in a condition that reflects its final moments during the war. Broken walls, scattered bricks, and collapsed foundations stand as silent witnesses to the destruction carried out during the SS retreat and the liberation that followed shortly afterward. Through preservation, research, and education, the crematoria ruins continue to play a vital role in helping people understand the history of Auschwitz-Birkenau and the broader historical events that shaped the 20th century. Chapter 10, Segment 2. Preserving the Evidence for Future Generations. In the decades following the liberation of Auschwitz in January 1945, the question of how to preserve the physical remains of the camp became one of the most important challenges faced by historians, museum curators, and governments responsible for protecting the site. The crematoria ruins at Birkenau were among the most fragile and historically significant parts of the landscape, and preserving them required careful decisions about conservation, documentation, and public access. The buildings had been deliberately destroyed during the final days of the war, leaving behind broken foundations, scattered fragments of brick and concrete, and damaged structural elements that were exposed to weather and natural erosion. Without preservation efforts, these remains might have gradually disappeared over time, removing an important source of historical evidence. Recognizing the importance of the site, the Polish government established the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum in 1947 with the goal of protecting the former campgrounds and ensuring that the history connected to them would not be forgotten. One of the guiding principles behind the creation of the museum was the decision to preserve the camp as an authentic historical site, rather than reconstruct it into a symbolic memorial detached from its original structures. This meant that many areas of Auschwitz and Birkenau were left largely as they had appeared at the moment of liberation. The crematoria ruins were preserved in their destroyed condition, allowing visitors to see the actual remnants of the buildings rather than modern reconstructions. This approach created a powerful visual connection between the present-day memorial site and the historical events that had taken place there during the war. However, preserving ruins presented technical challenges that required careful planning. The crematoria remains consisted of damaged masonry, cracked concrete slabs, and partially buried architectural features that could easily deteriorate if left completely unattended. Over the years, conservation teams developed specialized methods to stabilize the ruins while maintaining their original appearance. Engineers and preservation experts studied the structural condition of the remains to determine which areas required reinforcement and which could remain untouched. In some places, metal supports were discreetly installed to prevent further collapse of damaged walls or foundations. Drainage systems were improved to prevent water from collecting around the ruins, and vegetation was carefully managed so that plant roots would not gradually break apart the buried structures. These conservation measures were designed not to rebuild the crematoria, but to protect what remained of them from further damage. Alongside physical preservation, extensive efforts were made to document the crematoria ruins through photography, architectural surveys, and archaeological studies. Beginning in the early years after the war and continuing into the present, historians and researchers have created detailed records of the site. Photographs taken at different moments in time allow scholars to compare how the ruins have changed over the decades. Architectural surveys measure the position of every surviving wall fragment, foundation slab, and structural element, creating maps that show the layout of the crematoria complexes with great precision. These records are essential for understanding the condition of the ruins and ensuring that future conservation work can be carried out accurately. Archaeological investigations have also contributed to the documentation of the crematoria site. By examining the ground surrounding the ruins, archaeologists have identified buried elements of the buildings that were not immediately visible after the war. These include parts of drainage channels, fragments of furnace installations, and structural supports that once formed part of the crematoria infrastructure. The discovery of these elements has helped researchers reconstruct the original layout of the buildings and confirm details found in historical documents and architectural plans preserved in archives. Each new discovery adds to the understanding of how the crematoria complexes were constructed and how they functioned within the broader system of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Education has become another important part of preserving the evidence connected to the crematoria ruins. Every year, hundreds of thousands of visitors travel to the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site to learn about the history of the camp and the wider events of the Holocaust. Guided tours often include visits to the areas where the crematoria once stood, allowing visitors to observe the ruins while hearing explanations from trained educators about the historical context of the buildings. These tours emphasize the importance of examining historical evidence carefully and understanding how historians reconstruct the past using physical remains, documents, and survivor testimony. By combining the preserved ruins with educational interpretation, the memorial site helps visitors gain a deeper understanding of the history associated with the crematoria. International cooperation has also played a significant role in preserving the site. Organizations from many countries have supported conservation projects at Auschwitz-Birkenau, recognizing that the memorial site represents an important part of global historical heritage. Experts in architecture, archaeology, and museum preservation have worked together to share knowledge and develop techniques that protect the fragile remains of the camp structures. Funding provided by international partners has supported restoration projects, research initiatives, and educational programs that help maintain the site and ensure that the history connected to it remains accessible to future generations. These collaborative efforts reflect the understanding that the preservation of Auschwitz-Birkenau is not only a national responsibility, but also an international commitment to remembering the events of the Holocaust. In recent years, new technologies have further expanded the ability of historians and preservation specialists to document the crematoria ruins. Three-dimensional scanning, aerial photography, and digital mapping have been used to create detailed models of the site. These digital records allow researchers to study the structures from multiple perspectives and preserve accurate representations of the ruins even as natural changes occur over time. Virtual models also make it possible for educators and museums around the world to present the history of the crematoria to audiences who may not be able to visit the site in person. By integrating modern technology with traditional historical research, scholars continue to expand the ways in which the crematoria ruins can be studied and understood. Through preservation, documentation, and education, the crematoria ruins at Birkenau remain one of the most important historical sites connected to the Holocaust. The broken foundations and scattered fragments of brick and concrete that remain today are more than architectural remnants. They represent physical evidence of the structures that once existed within the camp and provide historians with valuable information about the design and operation of the crematoria complexes. At the same time, they serve as places of remembrance where visitors can reflect on the historical events that unfolded within the Auschwitz camp system. Protecting these ruins ensures that future generations will continue to have access to the evidence needed to study and understand this chapter of history. By preserving the site with care and respect, the memorial at Auschwitz-Birkenau helps ensure that the lessons drawn from the past remain part of the global historical consciousness. Chapter 10, Segment 3: Memory, Responsibility, and the Continuing Study of Auschwitz. Today, the remains of the crematoria at Birkenau exist within a landscape that has become one of the most studied historical sites of the 20th century. Long after the buildings themselves were destroyed, the ground on which they stood continues to hold historical meaning that extends far beyond the physical ruins scattered across the fields. The broken foundations, collapsed chimneys, and fragments of concrete visible today are part of a larger effort to preserve evidence of what occurred at Auschwitz-Birkenau and to ensure that the history connected to the site remains accessible to future generations. Over the decades since the liberation of the camp, historians, educators, archivists, and museum specialists have worked together to build a body of knowledge that explains how the camp system functioned and how the crematoria complexes formed part of that system. This process has involved the careful examination of physical remains, the collection of documents preserved in archives, and the recording of testimonies from survivors who experienced the camp firsthand. Through this combined effort, the story of Auschwitz has become one of the most thoroughly documented chapters of the Second World War. One of the central responsibilities associated with preserving Auschwitz-Birkenau has been the commitment to maintaining the authenticity of the site. Unlike monuments that are constructed to symbolize historical events, Auschwitz remains a place where the original structures and landscapes still exist in various states of preservation. The Crematoria ruins are among the most powerful examples of this authenticity. Rather than reconstructing the destroyed buildings, preservation authorities have chosen to leave the ruins as they were found after the SS retreat in January 1945. This decision allows visitors to see the remains of the structures in a form that reflects the final days of the camp's operation. The collapsed walls and scattered debris therefore serve as silent witnesses to the attempts made to destroy evidence before the liberation of the camp. Maintaining this authenticity has required ongoing conservation work. Over time, natural processes such as rain, frost, and vegetation growth can damage exposed ruins. Preservation specialists monitor the crematoria remains closely, documenting changes in the structure and applying conservation techniques designed to slow the effects of weather and erosion. These efforts ensure that the ruins can remain stable while still preserving their original appearance as destroyed wartime structures. Conservation work is carried out with great care so that any intervention does not alter the historical integrity of the site. By stabilizing the ruins without rebuilding them, preservation teams allow the crematoria remains to continue serving as historical evidence. Alongside physical preservation, the ongoing study of Auschwitz-Birkenau remains an important part of understanding the history connected to the site. Researchers continue to examine archival records from multiple countries in order to expand the historical record. Documents preserved in German administrative archives, Polish state collections, and international research institutions contain correspondence, construction plans, and reports connected to the development of the camp complex. By studying these materials, historians can trace how decisions were made regarding the construction of facilities within Birkenau, including the crematoria complexes. These records also reveal the bureaucratic structures that supported the operation of the camp system. The analysis of these documents helps scholars understand how administrative processes translated into physical infrastructure on the ground. Archaeological work at the site has also contributed to the continued study of the crematoria. Although the buildings themselves were destroyed, parts of their foundations and underground installations remain buried beneath the soil. Archaeologists carefully investigate these areas using non-invasive methods that avoid disturbing human remains or other sensitive materials that may still be present. Ground-penetrating radar and other modern technologies allow researchers to identify structural features below the surface without excavation. These methods help confirm the locations of underground chambers, drainage systems, and other components that formed part of the crematoria infrastructure. The information gathered through these investigations is then compared with historical blueprints and survivor testimonies, strengthening the accuracy of the historical record. Education remains another central element in the continuing work carried out at Auschwitz-Birkenau. The memorial site receives visitors from around the world, including students, scholars, and members of the general public. Educational programs organized by the museum aim to explain the historical context of the camp while encouraging visitors to reflect on the broader consequences of the events that occurred there. Tours of the crematoria ruins often form part of these educational experiences. Guides explain how the buildings were constructed, how they functioned within the camp system, and how their remains have been studied by historians over the decades since the war ended. By presenting this information within the physical landscape of Birkenau, educators help visitors understand how historical evidence can be preserved and interpreted. The crematoria ruins also serve as places of quiet remembrance. Visitors walking through the Birkenau grounds often pause near the remains of the buildings, observing the broken foundations and scattered fragments that mark where the structures once stood. The environment surrounding the ruins today is peaceful and open, with grass and trees gradually reclaiming areas that were once filled with camp infrastructure. This contrast between the quiet landscape of the present and the events that occurred there during the war encourages reflection among those who visit the site. Memorial ceremonies held at Auschwitz-Birkenau frequently include moments of silence near the Crematoria ruins, emphasizing the role of the site as a place where historical memory is preserved. The continuing study of Auschwitz and its crematoria complexes reflects a broader commitment to documenting and understanding the history of the Holocaust. Scholars, archivists, and educators work together to ensure that accurate information about the camp system remains available to future generations. Museums, universities, and research institutes around the world contribute to this effort by preserving documents, publishing scholarly research, and supporting educational initiatives that examine the history of Nazi persecution during the war. The crematoria ruins at Birkenau remain one of the most visible pieces of physical evidence connected to that history. Their preservation allows historians to study the architectural remains of the camp while providing visitors with a direct connection to the historical landscape where these events took place. In the present day, the fields of Birkenau remain quiet, and the ruins of the crematoria stand as fragments of structures that once formed part of a vast camp complex. The broken walls and scattered bricks do not speak, yet they carry a history that continues to be examined, documented, and remembered. Through ongoing research, preservation work, and educational programs, the story of Auschwitz and its crematoria remains part of the global historical record. The responsibility of maintaining that record belongs not only to historians and museums, but also to the generations who continue to study the past in order to understand it. The fields of Birkenau are quiet today. Grass moves slowly in the wind where rows of barracks once stood, and the ruins of the crematoria remain scattered across the ground as broken walls and silent foundations. The buildings that once stood here no longer exist in their original form, yet the space itself continues to carry the weight of its history. Visitors who walk through this landscape today encounter not only the remains of structures, but also the evidence of a system that was carefully designed, built, and operated during one of the darkest chapters of the 20th century. The ruins remind us that history is not only preserved in books and archives. Sometimes it remains in the physical places where events unfolded. The broken concrete, the collapsed brick, and the outlines of the building still visible in the soil allow historians, researchers, and visitors to understand how this place once functioned and why it continues to be studied today. Auschwitz-Birkenau now stands as a memorial and a historical site dedicated to remembrance, education, and documentation. The work of preserving its history continues through research, archives, museums, and the testimonies that survivors shared with the world. Remembering these places helps ensure that the events connected to them remain part of our collective understanding of the past.